Okay. The committee should unmute themselves, and everyone else should be muted.
Okay.
Do we have to mute ourselves?
Okay.
Tell me when it's okay to start, or
Recording is in progress. Catherine, as people are being let in, could you please ensure that they are muted while other discussion is going on? Okay. All on you, Phil.
okay. This work session regular meeting has been duly noticed in accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act. Copies of the annual meeting notice have also been sent to the newspapers, the Franklin Township School, the Quakertown Fire Company, posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building and on the township website. Let's rise for the American, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's on you, Christine.
Okay. Diane Burgess,
Here.
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Here.
Mike Homilick,
Here.
Phil Curry,
Here.
Craig Repman.
Here.
Okay, this meeting is being held over Zoom and is being recorded. There is no in-person meeting. All members of the Township Committee, Township professionals, staff, and members of the public are attending over Zoom or telephone. All members of the public will be muted by the meeting host during the business portion of the meeting. The host will unmute members of the public, both on Zoom and on telephone, during the 2 public comments and any public hearings in which the public is invited to comment. We ask you to keep yourself muted until you wish to speak. For those participating via Zoom, the chat function should not be used for public comment or to communicate with the Township Committee or other meeting participants. The chat function is only to be used to report technical difficulties, such as the inability to unmute yourself during the public comment. The chat conversation is being recorded and is considered a public record. Any written comments submitted to the Township in advance of this meeting will be read aloud into the meeting at the appropriate time. Phil, would you like me to give the first public comment instructions as well?
Sure.
Okay, so next we will be doing the public comment on agenda items only. At this time, the committee will take comments from the public on agenda items only. There will be a time at the end of the meeting at which the committee will take comment on any other matter. Also, this is not the time to make comment on Ordinance 2022-01, the Cannabis Ordinance. There will be a specific public hearing a little later in the meeting, at which time public comment will be taken regarding the adoption of Ordinance 2022-01. The committee asks you to hold your comments regarding Ordinance 2022-01 until the designated public hearing. If you wish to make a public comment, if you are on Zoom, use the raise your hand function. If you are on the telephone, press *9. The host will call on members of the public one at a time, unmute you as she calls on you. Once we have gone through, anyone who asks to raise their hand or hit *9 then will be unmuted. Everyone and ask one more time in case we missed anyone. If you feel you are having technical difficulties, the first thing I would suggest is you turn your camera off, as that may increase your bandwidth and be better able to participate. However, if that does not work and you want to alert the host, you may do so over the chat function, but do not make your comment over the chat unless directed to do so. Do not use the chat function to chat amongst the participants. Before we begin this public comment, the mayor or the attorney will ask the clerk if the committee received any written comments related to the agenda other than Ordinance 2022-01. Christine, I do not believe you received any public comment or written comments that were not related to the ordinance. Is that correct?
I didn't receive anything that wasn't related to the ordinance.
Okay, so we won't read that at this time. So we're going to proceed into the public comment on agenda items only, not related to the cannabis ordinance. So anyone who wishes to be heard on any other matters, there are several resolutions and another ordinance on the agenda for tonight. If anyone wishes to be heard on those, please click the raise your hand function, or if you're on the telephone, *9. Christine, do you see anyone asking to be heard?
No one has raised their hand to be heard regarding these matters.
We'll give it one more second. If anyone is trying to raise their hand and you're unable to, you can use the chat function to alert the clerk that you are trying to do so and cannot.
Make sure you use your raise hand function, and don't raise your hand, because we
Yes.
Yeah, there's too many people on one screen to be able to see you if you're raising your hand. So, okay, Christine, if you don't see any, then Phil, you can move on to the next item on the agenda.
Okay, there's no proclamation of presentations. Approval of the minutes of January 27, 2022. It's the minutes, the reorganization, and the work session and regular meeting. Need a motion on that?
So I'll make the motion, but it should be for the approval of the January 27th minutes of the work session / regular meeting.
Oh, that's right.
It's not a
reorg.
reorg meeting.
You're right.
I'll second as corrected.
Okay, so Diane made that motion and Mike seconded it.
Okay, Diane Burgess,
Yes.
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Yes.
Craig Retman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, guys. Approval of we're gonna pay the bills, approval of the bills list. Cameron, did you need to go over anything? Because I know the bills list was sent out the other day. So if anyone has any questions for Cameron on the bills list. Cameron, did you want to go over anything specific, or everything was just normal? I thought everything was normal on the list when I went to sign everything.
It was fairly normal. It's a smaller sized on average bills list, and it's fairly recurring expenses.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Sebastian, thank you for that motion. Diane, we want to second that?
I will second that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Diane Burgess,
Yes.
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Yes.
Yes.
Craig Retman.
Yes.
I know the first ordinance that we have listed on item number 1 is the cannabis ordinance. Is it okay, Katrina, if we go to ordinance number 2, that's listed as 2, to try and get that? That's for the sale of the property of Franklin
Yes.
to the county?
Yes, you are permitted to rearrange the agenda.
Okay. This is an introduction and first reading of ordinance 2022-02, an ordinance authorizing the sale of property by the Township of Franklin, County of Hunterdon, State of New Jersey, to the County of Hunterdon pursuant to NJSA 40A 12-13.4. A public hearing and final adoption will be scheduled for March 10th, 2022. For those that aren't familiar with this is for the 13 acres?
Yes.
I don't know if it's exactly 13, but it's approximately 13 acres of the property that the township bought last year for the new municipal building, Faith Wesleyan Church, that's going to become the new municipal building site. The site was for 19.6 acres, I think it was, around that. I don't have the exact figures. And the county agreed to purchase the 13 acres and give that money to the township, I think in the amount of $112,000, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay, which will be used for helping to offset some of the costs for the new building. So the total purchase price of the building was $750,000 that we paid Faith Wesleyan, and then we're selling the 13 acres to the county for $112,000, which brings down the purchase price to an approximately $650,000.
I'll make the motion
Thank you,
to,
Diane, that motion. Craig,
I'll
you
make
second
motion
that?
to introduce the first reading.
Okay, Craig, you second that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any comments, any discussion? Okay, call the roll then.
Okay, Diane Burgess,
Yes.
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Yes.
Craig Repman.
Yes.
Katrina, do we stay with the ordinances or can we go to the resolutions to finish up those things?
You can go to the resolutions, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure we get everything done before the cannabis ordinance, if that was okay. Thank you. We have 3 resolutions that we have to go over. There was no other additions to the minutes that I got, not the minutes, the agenda that I got. Right, Christine?
No other additions.
Okay, thank you. Resolution 2022-13, refund tax overpayment for disabled veteran, 7 Lansdowne Road, Block 19, Lot 1. Sebastian, you'd like to make that?
I'll make that motion. Yes.
Okay, and Mike?
I'll second it. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So Sebastian made it, Mike seconded. Thank you very much.
Okay, Diane Burgess,
Yes, absolutely.
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Proudly, I'd like to vote yes on this.
Craig Repman.
Yes.
Okay, resolution 2022-14, amend resolution 2022-05, resolution appointing various municipal positions and amend the subcommittees on that. So I'd like to make a motion. Craig
I'll make that motion.
and Diane,
Yes, I'll second that.
thank you.
Okay, Diane
Mayor, I
Burgess,
just had a question. Who are the names? Because it said, I thought it said somewhere, and I just didn't see who the names were.
The names
Or
were
is it
sent
just
out
a-
on the email that Christine sent out. There was a list. Let me see if I can get that.
I didn't know that went with the email. That's what I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it was with the email because I know she sent out, I think it was 11 attachments, Sebastian.
Yep, I didn't know that corresponded.
Was that in there?
I don't think it was included in the one I sent today, the one before. The only change that happened was the change of the subcommittees because of what was said at the last meeting. I believe Craig got moved into the DPW subcommittee and Sebastian was taken off. That's the only change on that one.
Okay, so can you mind resending that out then, Christine?
Sure, I can do that.
Is it okay if we vote on this or did everyone want to see this again?
No, I saw it. I just wasn't sure what it was referring to.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, proceed with the roll call.
Yes, please.
Okay, Diane Burgess,
Yes,
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Yes.
Craig Repman.
Yes.
Okay, and this resolution 2022-15, resolution appointing various municipal positions, boards and commissions. That was sent out previously also. Were there any changes on that one? I know we made some adjustments to the land use board because there were members that were just through the appointment process, but they never participated last year. So we took some of those off that didn't participate. Am I correct in that, Christine?
I confirmed all the changes with the land use board and with the environmental commission. So those are the appointments for the year.
Okay. A motion.
Christine, yeah, there's
Okay.
just one change. There's an extra vacancy listed with the Environmental Commission that
Mhm.
should come off.
Just completely come off?
Yes, there's only 5 members on the Environmental Commission per our ordinance. Ordinance, right, Katrina?
Yes, ordinance.
Okay,
I need a motion in a second. Sebastian, would you make that?
I'll make that motion.
Diane?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
okay. Diane Burgess,
Yes,
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Yes.
Craig Repman.
Yes.
Oh, was that somebody's pinball machine? Was that the end? The start of the Christine, Katrina, can you walk me through? We'll go back to the ordinance now, 2022-01.
Yes.
Okay,
You can address it, and whenever you're ready for public comment or to open the public hearing, let me know and I'll read the statement. But before that, you have to talk about it first.
okay. I just wanted to read something here. Good evening, everyone. I hope you and your families are safe and healthy, and hopefully we're on the tail end of this pandemic. I would like to thank you all for joining us on this Franklin Township Committee meeting. My hope is that tonight's meeting that we will clarify some points about the cannabis ordinance and the timeline leading up to this. As many of you know, in November 2020, there was a statewide referendum on the ballot regarding adult use of cannabis. The results of this vote were 60-40. That referendum passed. That referendum, by passing, also allowed municipalities to pass ordinances to charge local tax on the cannabis. Based on the yes vote of the referendum on the state, the New Jersey State Legislature added paragraph 13 to section 7 of Article 4 of the New Jersey Constitution, allowing for the growth, cultivation, processing, manufacturing, preparing, packaging, transferring, and retail purchasing and consumption of cannabis subject to the Cannabis Regulatory Commission. There has been a lot of discussion on this, but I'm not going to get into the legal mumbo jumbo. Once the referendum passed, then the legislature took it upon themselves to adopt and institute paragraph 13. The municipalities had nothing to do with that. So getting to this particular ordinance, I just want to say where we were, where we are. This ordinance is just an ordinance. An ordinance is a local law that is passed by municipal governing authorities. This is the only ordinance, and it's not an application from anyone. This ordinance will allow applicants to apply for a conditional use variance where they will need a letter of support from the Township Committee in order to apply for a license that is issued by the state. After going through the licensing process, the applicant would need to complete an application where the land use board, our land use board in Franklin, would hear that application on the merits of the case. The land use board is responsible for accepting or rejecting the business case that's made. They will determine the validity of the application and conditions that need to be met. This would include water usage, lighting, odor, security, transportation, and the like. This ordinance does not absolve the land use board from accepting or rejecting an applicant. There would also be public comment on any application that comes before them. Again, this ordinance does not absolve and does not overrule the land use board from doing its due diligence on any application before them. It is the right of every resident to express their opinion on this matter. However, they are not entitled to their own facts. There were many emails, letters, and phone calls sent that we received to express different opinions and stated facts in a way that made their own case. To state that any member of this council is acting in an inappropriate manner is wrong and hurtful. Past committees and residents have made decisions on how to affect the tax base. So we have to pay and we have to basically adjust our ordinances for today and the future based on what past committees have done. We cannot change what was done in the past, but moving forward, we can try and make adjustments to make it more affordable for current and future residents to continue to enjoy the landscape of Franklin Township. This is especially true with the cost of living going up over the past year. Gas has gone up, grocery prices have gone up, inflation is almost at an all-time high again, and is getting more and more difficult for senior citizens to continue to live here. And also, we are trying to attract first-time residents and first-time homeowners to try and move to Franklin, which is going to be the lifeblood of this community and for the future of this community. We sometimes have to make unpopular decisions, and that comes with the responsibility to get it right for residents who entrusted us with this responsibility. Contrary to some rumors that have gotten back to me, I want you to know that whenever we discuss or vote on this matter, the committee has only the best interests of Franklin Township residents in mind. All members devote many hours towards this endeavor. And it's not only members of the Township Committee, it's also members of the Land Use Board, the Environmental Commission, and any other party that is helping with Franklin Township. There have been many falsehoods being spread that we are conducting this meeting via Zoom to hide or limit the amount of participation. This is wrong. We have been conducting our committee meetings via Zoom for the last 2 years. To better understand the timeline of events, here are the facts. In June of 2019, and this is all in our minutes going back to any committee meeting that we have had. In June of 2019, we had an applicant apply for a medical marijuana growing and processing facility. they sought a letter of support from the municipal government in support of and receive support from the committee. In July of 2019, the committee, along with input from the public comment, made and determined that the medical marijuana letter was appropriate. However, that applicant withdrew his application since they didn't receive a license from the state. In August of 2019, the committee held a discussion and voted to approve a referendum ballot resolution regarding marijuana facilities in Franklin to be placed on the general election ballot in November. This is the ballot that basically the referendum. In October 2019, the Land Use Board re-examined the Township Master Plan. This process was completed and the inclusion of cannabis was adopted. The master plan was approximately 2 to 3 years behind the official revision date or re-exam date, and that master plan gets revised every 10 years. Again, in November 2020, the state held a referendum. In May of 2021, the committee held discussion to discuss the parameters of the state cannabis legislation. In June of 2021, the committee introduced an ordinance to opt out of the provisions of the cannabis legislation to provide more time to put the revisions through the Land Use Board for review and control. In July of 2021, Ordinance 2021-09 prohibiting the operation of any class of cannabis business was adopted. At this time, there was also discussion that the direction of the opt-out of cannabis business implementation was an effort to buy time to discuss the options with the potential to opt in at a future date. In October of 2021, the committee authorized Darlene Green, our township planner, to prepare a master plan amendment that would include cannabis implementation. In November of 2021, the master plan re-examination amendment was adopted and sent to the Land Use Board for review. In December of 2021, the Land Use Board approved the master plan re-exam amendment and found that it was consistent with the master plan. In January of 2022, the Franklin Township Committee introduced an ordinance amending the revised general ordinances of the Township of Franklin, County of Hunterdon, to amend Chapter 220 land use to create Article 15 cannabis-related business and to amend Chapter 322 taxation to create Article 2 cannabis transfer tax. This is the timeline of the ordinances and the committee discussions that got us to this. So it is at this point, I would like to ask for a motion to table Ordinance 2022-01 in order to review the overwhelming amount of information received from the public and to see where any adjustments, revisions, or clarifications need to be made. I would also like to hold a community workshop where input from residents and professionals would be present and provide comments. Once this is done, this ordinance will be introduced again with any of the adjustments, revisions, or clarifications that have been made by this community workshop.
Make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have Craig made the motion and we have 3 seconds.
Diane was the loudest.
What?
Diane was the loudest, so we'll write her down as the second.
Okay. Can we have discussion on this from the committee before we vote, or do we have to vote?
For members of the committee, yes, you can have discussion.
Okay, Sebastian?
Yeah, I just want to say, Phil, I agree with everything you said as far as there was nothing nefarious done from anybody on the committee. Everything was above board. And I've worked alongside of all of you for more than 4 years now. We may not agree on all the issues, but one thing I can say, and I've said this publicly, I don't think anybody on this committee has anything but what they feel is the best path for Franklin Township. And I think there was, not that, just everybody's busy with life. And when the residents heard about this, they thought there was some kind of dead of night, vote that happened, and that's not the case. But I do feel that this is a good move to table this so residents can get the information, they can be heard, and some of the questions that Land Use Board had and some other people can be addressed and fixed, potentially fixed in the ordinance. I do think we need more community input and outreach, but this is a great step.
Thank you, Sebastian. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. First, I just want to thank everyone for attending tonight, in addition to the members of the community that have sent emails or calls to share your concerns. They're not lost on me. I think taking a pause at this time is appropriate, as it will allow everyone to take time to reflect, clear the air, and offer some time to continue to engage in what will hopefully be a positive fact-based discussion. Given the point that we have such community engagement and attention, I'm going to just take a few minutes to be a bit opportunistic to give my perspective on cannabis. But what I think more importantly, share my concerns more broadly on some of the risks ahead we will, in my view, be facing as a community in the not so distant future. For those of you that have lived here in the 80s and 90s, Hunterdon County development exploded. In many of our neighboring communities, we're seeing subdivisions pop up at an alarming rate. I remember when they tore down the farm gate that was just down the road from Flemington McDonald's on Rayville Avenue to build Sun Ridge and Concord Ridge developments. When they built what was known at the time as Lifestyle 80 subdivision down the hill from Cherryville, Beaverbrook, Clinton Township, I could go on and on about it. At the time in Franklin Township, many of the farms were being sold as farmers retired. We took advantage of the hot real estate market. Many of the homes we are currently living in were built. Franklin Township Committee took action by adjusting the zoning requirements and aggressively implementing a plan to buy up preserved farmland to prevent urban sprawl. They were pioneers, as many of the first preserved farms were in Franklin Township. They did that while simultaneously taking advantage of the commercial zone in the northern end of the township, which is now known as Walmart Plaza. They were very successful in building up a commercial zone with the expansion of the middle level stores where Verizon is currently located, in addition to the upper level ShopRite complex. It has provided a mechanism to keep our residential taxes at a very competitive rate and a good value for the services provided to our community. The punchline is the commercial zone is offsetting our residential taxes. On the expense side of the township, I think the committees of the past and present have been very thoughtful about managing expenses. We're not only currently in a healthy financial position, but have a limited amount of debt which enable us to continue to have our current residents pay for services they currently receive and not burden future generations with significant liabilities. There's been a lot of talk, rightfully so, about the Walmart in Reddington Township. For those of you that were here or have heard, you may remember the Reddington Walmart location was one of a triplet of stores. When the Lane Co. food and department store chain closed in the early 2000s, they sold 3 stores to Walmart, one located in Phillipsburg, one in Franklin, and the one in Reddington Township that's become so popular. They were truly sister stores with similar design, footprint, feel, and were all built in the 1970s. Fast forward a few years, and the store in Phillipsburg was demolished, and a new super Walmart was built as it no longer fit their need. A few years later, after that, Phil Keene, director of corporate communications at Walmart, said the following about the Reddington site, and I quote, "This tough decision to close the store is based on a number of factors, including financial performance and strategic alignment with our long-term plans." How's that for an unemotional ending? Walmart as a company is doing well if you read their financial statements, but they are more focused now than ever on competing in the direct-to-consumer market with the likes of Amazon. The last remaining Lane Co., I'll call it sister store in Franklin Township, our Walmart, does not currently align with that, and I hasten to guess how much longer it will be before we hear a similar quote regarding our store closing. There are many comments from many of you regarding how cannabis will have a negative impact on our emergency services and our police, which are a bit concerning. But let's talk about the struggling Hampton Inn adjacent to the Walmart Plaza, where calls for emergency services have tripled year over year as they experience significant decline in visitors and are now allowing people to stay there for extended periods of time that are non-traditional travelers. Coupled with COVID, their occupancy is down significantly, resulting in a decrease in revenue to Franklin Township by 70%, from $130,000 a year to $40,000 a year that we've had to absorb. To give further perspective on the local hotel business, the Holiday Inn across Route 78 in Clinton has presented a plan to the town to convert the struggling hotel into assisted living facility. How much longer do you think our Hampton Inn will be around for? And if the hotel leaves, how much longer will Cracker Barrel last? In the middle level, the anchor store PNC Bank, with their lighter touch business model, decided to leave Franklin and relocate to Clinton next to the pharmacy on Old Highway. almost directly across the street from another bank. It almost seems counterintuitive. While we're talking about Clinton, what did they do when a food store closed? They tore it down and are now developing a large mixed-use residential retail facility with over 100 apartments. This will have a huge negative impact on the ambiance of the town, emergency services, and probably most importantly, the schools. By the way, with the new shiny retail space in downtown Clinton, how many of the stores located in the Walmart Plaza will decide to leave for a new, more modern and walkable location? I bring this up as we currently have a significant part of our tax base being drawn from a commercial zone planned some 35 years ago. I submit is no longer relevant. And I'll go a step further and now say has transformed from our biggest asset to potentially our largest liability and risk to the fabric of the community that we all cherish. In a single year, Franklin Township collects approximately $2.2 million in taxes. Between the occupancy and property tax, over $850,000 or nearly 40% of it come from the Walmart and surrounding complex. After Franklin Township pays the regional school taxes and other assorted taxes, Franklin Township receives approximately $200,000. And more significantly, the Franklin Township School through the school tax receives approximately $400,000 a year, a substantial amount to most budgets. I'm not trying to be alarmist, and I hope none of this comes true. Some stores like ShopRite are doing really, really well. My point is this, many are not. And the financial risk to the township and the impact to our community and the school, if some of them close, will be financially catastrophic to our community. How do we look ahead and solve for this, these potential store closings? I'm not looking to be controversial here, take a particular position, but I recognize cannabis is not a viable option, at least not in the form currently presented. Looking to change the zoning laws to allow for more construction will certainly be controversial. And considering we would need to build close to 100 residential homes to make up the difference, doesn't seem viable. Many people have commented the cost is minimal and I'll pay more taxes to keep our community as is. I've seen this direct comment several times on social media, and I'm really glad some people are doing well enough to post it. But I can assure you, there are many residents in town that are struggling on a fixed income would most certainly balk at such a significant tax increase. Beside the fact to recover the potential lost revenue need to be large enough, it would most certainly devalue all of our homes. Another option would be if Walmart or some other large store closes to follow the town of Clinton and build a large apartment complex in its place to cover the cost. This may recover some tax revenue, but would certainly impact our emergency services and the school with the increased population. Not to mention Franklin Township does not own the water rights to Walmart Plaza, and I don't think the Clinton Water Authority is in any position to provide more water given the ongoing construction projects they have already. My point is this, I believe these risks that I outlined are real, and I would love to have your feedback. And in addition, I also recognize that none of the aforementioned solutions I mentioned are ideal for anyone. They're very, very tough choices, but I really think they're choices that we're going to have to make in the very near future. These are the topics we've been talking about as a committee, and I want to hear from you about it. We want to hear from you about it. Everyone here certainly knows how to contact the committee and the clerk. That's been proven. I'm asking for people that have new or innovative ideas, suggestions, or thoughts on how to solve for this realistically to step forward. I would love to engage in a positive and thoughtful conversation on how to make sure we sustain the community we all love and enjoy in a way that we can all live with. In closing, I feel obligated for one last thing for the record to address some people's concerns. And it horrifies me I have to say this, and for me personally. But I want to make mention that I don't have any affiliation with any cannabis industry companies or representatives. I have never owned, nor do I own now, any cannabis financial instruments or equity in any company. And nor have I met with any industry representatives privately. Finally, if you know me, you recognize I'm absolutely not a career politician, nor do I have any further political aspirations other than to serve our local community. As this is my second term on the committee, I've already exceeded my personal lifetime expected tenure as an elected official. This is not my goal in life, but I like to serve the community. We all know this is thankless work and at times very stressful assignment. We're all called upon to make the tough decisions on behalf of the community. And as Bash said, that's what we signed up for, and we all accept it. Thank you, Phil. Apologize for the long-winded comment.
Oh, Mike, I appreciate that. And I would echo Mike's comments 100%. we are doing this, and everyone is doing this on the committee with the best interests of the community at heart, and because we love Franklin Township, and that's what drew us here. We just want to make sure it is affordable and for future residents to come in. And I agree with Mike. I have no interest in any cannabis facility, any land or property. Hell, I wish I bought the Tesla stock 5 years ago. I wouldn't have to worry about any of this stuff. And then I might make a donation to the township to fund everything. But hey, that was my wish list, but that didn't come through. So with that, Craig.
Thanks, Bill. You know, the one thing I've learned over the past 3 years is not to follow Mike Homulak. So I echo his sentiment. I too have no interest personally in a cannabis company. I wanted to get that on the record. And I like the residents' feedback. I think we can work towards being inclusive of some of their comments, and hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement on how to move this forward.
Thanks, Craig. Diane?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. As many of you know, I've been a resident of the township for more than 40 years. I've raised my kids here. They went to Franklin Township School, and I've served on the township committee, the school board, and various township committees, commissions, organizations, etc. Over that time. I've seen many changes over the years, some good, some not so good. But I've tried to stay involved and to stand up against those things that I think would be detrimental to the overall nature of our township, and to support those things that I think are beneficial to the township. I've worked to be part of this solution rather than just complaining or objecting. I appreciate the residents who have reached out, especially those, excuse me, who express their own opinions with specifics, as opposed to just generalities. I've heard both support for and opposition to the proposed ordinance. I've heard a lot of misinformation, but I've also heard some great suggestions. One of the problems we've had in the past is not having any rules or guidelines for things like greenhouses, solar arrays, etc. And so in some cases, we've had uncontrolled development in those areas, especially by people with the big pockets. We've tried, so our goal with this ordinance really was to be proactive in providing a framework for what is allowed and what is not allowed. As we learn more, we can always change the ordinance. Our goal is to try and set that framework so that we don't have the uncontrolled growth. If we do nothing, we run that risk. And I don't want to run that continued risk of some of this uncontrolled growth of areas that we don't want. I also have no interest in any cannabis company. I don't even have the minimum acreage to be able to make a micro farm. So, so for those who think I'm, in that position, like Mike and Craig said, I have no interest, nor have I met with anybody who has that interest. As I said, I do appreciate the residents who have voiced their opinions, who have reached out, who have really thought through and provided some great questions and suggestions along the way. I hope that these people, that as residents, you will continue to be involved in what the Township Committee is doing, the Land Use Board, the Environmental Commission. If you were to look at the resolution we amended today, which listed the committees, there's a ton of vacancies. You can be there. We have sought for years to try and get people involved. We can't be involved just when we have a complaint. We need to be part of the solution. You need to stay, everyone needs to stay aware of what's happening before the Land Use Board. Those are the places where decisions can be made about your particular property. As residents, it's our obligation to participate in our municipal government. That's the way our government is designed, not just when we object. So I encourage you to continue to voice your opinions, attend meetings. It's great to see people at the meeting. We usually have like 1 or 2 people. So I thank you for the comments. Hopefully I've gotten back to people who have reached out with suggestions, and we can continue to reach out to you to provide more input.
Thanks, Diane. I appreciate that. If we're gonna have 259, now what are we up to now? 261 people on every committee meeting. I'm gonna have to work on my material as the time goes on to try and change it up, because you know, I know the committee is getting tired of the same dad jokes that I've been doing. So since we spoke about that, then there's 261 members of the community, including the professionals and including the committee members on the call. If you want to get information, if you want to be involved, and please send your email to Christine, our township clerk, or even Catherine, who is the land use board secretary, your email. We will include that in an email blast when we send out information to the residents. It is, I promise you, you're not going to get a letter from my uncle in Nigeria trying to sell you something or trying to get us out of the country. But please send us your email so you can be informed. It's an easy way to get informed, and also to try and keep up with what's going on in the township. We are not trying to hide anything. We are open. And as I said at last night's land use board meeting, for the past 2 years, these meetings have been Zoom. Not only are you able to listen to this on a tape recording, on audio, if you have a lonely night where you're home and you're really exhausted and you're bored and you're tired of watching Netflix or Zoom or Hulu or whatever, go on the web, go to Zoom, come to the township website, select the meeting you want to do, and be entertained for the night. You know, we've had some great meetings over the course of the last 2 years that you can actually be informed. I'm not saying Zoom is the end all, but Zoom is at least a way where we can communicate. Any meeting that we would have in the municipal building, the current municipal building, once we hit a max of 25, 30, you don't have that.
So you're an idiot.
Patsy, thank you. The township school, the Franklin Township School, doesn't fit the 261 people we have. I think it's a maximum of maybe 100, 150. So, but this is a great way we're trying to do that. When we get into the new municipal building, we're hopefully going to have seating for 100, maybe even more, depending upon what we do. But we need community input, we need community support, and we need communities to volunteer. You too can volunteer and be abused as much as us. So that would be great. So I appreciate that. And with that, we had a motion and a second. Christine, can you call the roll?
Diane Burgess,
Yes.
Sebastian Donnarumma,
Yes.
Mike Homilick,
Yes.
Phil Curry,
Yes.
Craig Repman.
Yes.
Now, Katrina, would we open it up to the public if they had any comments or?
Did you finish all of your other business? I think you have a couple other things on the agenda, or are you not doing those tonight?
What, the staff reports and everything like that?
Yeah. If you're not doing those, and then you're at the end.
I don't think we need any staff reports, but let me just say, residents, in this meeting, we have reached out and we have been very blessed to have the Board of Education, our Office of Emergency Services attend these meetings and give up bi-weekly, twice monthly updates. So if you can't attend the school board meeting, we've asked the school board, and they have been representative here to provide any updates. So we're trying to make this a one-stop shop for everybody, because not many people have the time to go one meeting every other whatever. So that's why we're trying to make this committee meeting a one-stop shop. We normally have administrative reports from the police, our CFO, our administrative report, also the OEM, like I said, and also OEM is Office of Emergency Management, and also the Board of Ed. So we'll bypass those reports. We have no Board of Health tonight. We also, I'm not going to talk about the new building because we are doing an update on that, and hopefully next meeting we will go over the floor plan and adjustments that were come up with from the architect. So Christine, I'll let you. I just lost you, Christine. Oh, you're over there. I'll leave it to you how you want to start the questions, if you have anything. If anyone.
Let me give the announcement again. So
Okay.
at this time, the committee will take public comment and on any matter you wish to bring before the committee. If you wish to make a public comment and you're on Zoom, please use the raise your hand function. If you're on the telephone, press *9. The host will call on members of the public one at a time and unmute you as she calls on you. Once we've gone through anyone who has their hands raised or hit *9, then we'll unmute everyone and ask if there's anybody else that we missed. If you feel you're having technical difficulties and want to alert the host, you may do so over the chat function, but do not make your comment over the chat function unless directed to do so. Do not use the chat function to chat amongst the participants. Before we begin, Christine, I already asked you if we received any other public comments. We only received them on the ordinance for the public hearing, which we're not holding tonight. So at this point, Mayor, if you want to, I see 3 people so far who've started to raise their hands, so you can call on them one at a time, just announce their name, and then if they can unmute themselves, and if not, Christine or Catherine will unmute them.
Okay.
I'm muted, I'm sorry. Did you want to let Christine call the people in order? I have no
That's
problem with that.
fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Linda Peterson, you're up.
Well, number 3.
Hi, Linda Peterson of Quakertown Road, Peterson Farm, and Franklin Township. I just have a question about the proposed ordinance on the cultivation and manufacturing portion of the cannabis. It's a question. It's if you could clarify. Some of the conditions include, and there's a number of bullets, but there's nothing about, and one of them is a 20-acre minimum lot. So my question to the board is there a maximum impervious coverage limit for that, or does that go to other ordinances? Thank you.
So this is public comment, so it's not question and answer. So the Township Committee isn't going to answer questions, but that is a great question for the public forum that Mayor Corey mentioned, or you can email your questions and I think they might be able to answer you, but this is a public comment, not the back and forth.
Well, then I
But
would
Katrina,
suggest that
Linda, let me
the
say
land
something.
use board put out more comprehensive information for the public to understand.
Linda, I just want to say, I'm not going to go point counterpoint. I agree what Katrina said, but yes, there is limits on impervious coverage, and all that is covered on any application that comes before the land use board that would be there. So there is a maximum coverage on that. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to speak to that, but there is limits, and that is also going to be based on any application that is made through the land use board, because they have to go through their requirements and regulations. So this ordinance, when and if it is adopted, does not override any conditions, any impervious coverage, any land issues that the land use board is there. But I don't want to keep going point counterpoint, because or else, you know, we'll be here till 4 o'clock in the morning. So.
Yeah, and that, I appreciate that, but at this point of the hearing, it's a shame you don't know the answer. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Gregory Mayer, you're up next.
Hello. So I guess I have 3 points I wanted to bring to the board's attention.
Gregory, I think you have to provide your address, correct, Christine?
It would be helpful for the record.
Sure. So I live in 67 Wyckoff Avenue in Pittstown, New Jersey. So while I don't necessarily live in Franklin, obviously the economy of the surrounding local towns affects me greatly. I noticed in your discussions earlier, it's just part of your justification in sort of this ordinance. You were discussing the economic factors about how you need this particular type of facility for the financial part of it. I guess my question, with such a large lot of land, I'm sure there are a lot of small businesses that could benefit from that too. I don't really see why this particular medical marijuana facility needs it more than others businesses that might benefit the community more. And then alternatively, as a second point to that, in terms of the environmental impact, which I don't think anyone yet has addressed, but there are substantial environmental impacts to water, particularly if you're using a well water household, which a lot of the area here has, that medical marijuana and the sort of when you produce it, it affects the water, and it can actually like make it less good quality water. So, and that's why a lot of times you don't have these types of facilities built closer to residential areas. And I don't know exactly where the lot is with reference to residential areas, but if it's close to that, that can impact it. There's a lot of well-documented studies, including if you go to JSTOR or PubMed, you'll find them about how medical marijuana facilities can impact the water in a particular plot of land. And then finally, in terms of aesthetic value, right? There's, I mean, I'm sure you've considered this too, but there's an overwhelming amount of smell that you can smell for miles when you have a hemp farm or a medical marijuana farm close by. I remember I used to drive in Kentucky, where my relatives used to live, and we had hemp farms there, and you could smell the smell for miles. So clearly that could potentially dampen any sort of property value you have for those surrounding areas, right? So those are all things that you should take into consideration in whatever decision you end up making. And I would at least ask, and I think along with 257 other participants who are on this call here, I think most of us have a strong interest in keeping our property values in our homes up, and having this facility there would definitely dampen those values. So I think that you should actually not do this to the extent you can. Thank you.
Put me up.
I did.
Okay, so Donna Blanchard is next.
Hi, it's actually Colin Blanchard. She's the clever one with all the technical parts. I'm one of your neighbors.
Fair.
Colin Blanchard, 15 Alexandria Drive, Pittstown. And I'm one of your neighbors, Alexandria.
Did you sign us up for the other one?
Say what?
Am I the only one talking now?
Yes, I have muted the other individual.
Okay, thank you. I'm one of your nearby neighbors. Alexandria Township has been through all of this marijuana and rejected it. The first part of this meeting, Michael, your board member, was saying how that there's a big tax advantage. At our meetings, the very last Alexandria Township meeting, the council members admitted that they thought in the beginning that there was a tax break. They looked at this, the pros and the cons, and realized that there was no tax break. So I see no reason why our near neighbors should do something different to us for no advantage and a lot of disadvantages. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Okay, looks like Todd Taylor is next.
Is that good?
You were great.
Todd Taylor, do you still have a question? Okay, he does not seem to be available, so how about Kristen's iPad? Okay, it looks like you're having trouble unmuting. I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Brad Ermston, and we live at 106 Upper Kingtown Road. So I appreciate all the input here tonight, and I know this isn't a Q&A, but I guess my main point is this. I am opposed to the ordinance. It really, in my mind, comes down to what is the benefit to the town going to be? And it seems as though from listening to the committee members, it's going to be a matter of taxation and the reduction of the taxation. I wrote a letter to the mayor and all the committee members, and I did get some responses. One of the responses sort of piqued my interest from Mr. Repman. He stated in his reply that there would be a tax savings, overall tax savings of the entire tax bill of 10 to 12%. And I was just curious, how was that arrived at? In other words, and again, it's not a Q&A, but my point is that I'd be really concerned if all the sites needed to be developed in order to get that savings. And if, you know, this drags on for years and a site is developed here and another site developed there, you know, what is the real savings going to be? I guess that's what it comes down to. And I'm sure we all remember these various programs statewide with the lottery and with legalizing gambling in Atlantic City and all the tax benefits. And then over the years, the tax benefits sort of fade away and we're left with the downside of this, which is a big concern to me. So that's my main statement in all of this. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Todd Taylor is back at his desk.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. Okay, first of all, I do appreciate, my name is Todd Taylor and I have my wife here, Marguerite, and we're on 32 Locust Grove Road in Pittstown. We've lived in this lovely community for 24 years. And I do understand the challenges all you people have, and I do understand how difficult it is, and I understand Zoom. I just hope that you do something when something this big hits your pages. But I guess my big thing is, my original is why the big rush, but evidently we're going to at least take a step back and give everybody a chance to look at it. Because in this town, I've seen, we've had a solar farm across the street, and thank goodness that the town stepped in and they wanted to keep the rural look, and they made sure they put screening around it. But my biggest concern more than anything else is the water usage. Now, I could be one of those people who've been reading a lot of things online, and if I'm correct, we're doing a hydroponic farming. Is that correct? I think that's what it is. And from my research and everything that I can find on the internet, one plant takes 1.5 to 6 gallons of water per day per plant. And that'll vary depending on whether the plant is a seedling or whether it's mature, and that changes. But typically they're talking, some of these plants can use 80 to 100,000 gallons of water a day, daily. Now, anybody who lives near Garden State growers, we know that wells have gone dry. My concern is Franklin's Township's lifeblood is the water supply. And you bring these companies in, why are they coming here? It's cheaper for them to go to Newark and get a vacant building and get the electric, and their labor is all there. But the water and the sewage is a cost. They're going to come out here, put the big pumps in. They're going to pump the water that's used up down the stream or wherever it's going to be, and they're going to drain the aquifer. It is a limited supply. So what's going to happen when wells start going dry? Is the township going to pay to have wells redug? What if a person can't? What if a home can't drill anymore and there's no water? Is the town going to buy the lot? I don't think so. So now there's going to be lawsuits. Our property values with the smell, all that's going to go down. So where is our few $100 savings going to be? I am against this for that. The possibility of, these things, security is a big thing on these things. So what's it going to look like? It's going to have a chain link fence, or you're going to say, no, you don't want to do that. Too many things that I'm very concerned about, but the big one is water supply. Because once they come in and they start draining our aquifers, you can't put it back. So what are these homes going to do? That's the only thing we have out here. We don't have any other water source. And pretty much that's it. So thank you very much.
Okay. So it looks like Alex is next.
Thank you very much. Alex Rogovan, 6 Quaker Hill Drive in Pittstown. I'm going to just start out by saying I'm opposed to a growing facility here in Franklin Township, largely from an open space perspective, but also from an ecological perspective. The last person, I think Mr. Taylor mentioned that it's from an ecological and a water use perspective. Agribusiness is agribusiness. I insure agribusiness, and I can tell you, I know a lot about how agribusiness works. I also wrote a letter to each council member and heard back from a few, so I appreciate those. And I greatly appreciate Franklin's desire to keep things rural. I would be very open to having, I'm actually open to a facility, but is there any other facility that we can repurpose? Mike Hornlack mentioned the facilities up near Lanco Plaza. So is anything could be repurposed? That's what I would encourage, but I don't know about water use, water rights, Clinton Township water, that I just don't know. I have to frankly say I don't know. I'm basically in opposition to development of any kind, homes, agribusiness, et cetera. You know who will take advantage of this though? Large, deep-pocketed venture capitalists, marijuana growing investors. They have deep pockets. So if you're worried about people and big farms with deep pockets, local farmers are not going to be doing this. These are going to be large, deep-pocketed venture capital investors. Recognize that there's no perfect solutions. Every decision that you all make have pros, cons, and consequences. I would say make this decision carefully. One of the council members that I wrote to and wrote back suggested a 10 to 12% tax break. I don't know how those numbers are derived, but that's a dangerous argument. I'm waiting for a tax break. Let's put it that way. But on the topics of decisions, I'd encourage you to put this up for a referendum to the citizens, to let the citizens of Franklin Township let their voices and votes be heard. That is representational government. I think it's in the best interest of the residents, then why not put it up for a referendum? If you do think it's a good idea, and I don't think anyone thinks it's a great idea, but I would challenge you to put one of these growing facilities next to your house. The smells would keep you up all night. The people who've had this happen to them in White House, where they converted the Walmart to a growing facility, would have some remarks for you. So I bet you wouldn't want that next to you. I don't want to make it sound like a NIMBY, but we have to be careful of decisions we make. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Christine, can I just make a comment? You muted yourself, Chris.
Oh,
Chris,
I'll back up there.
I just want to make a quick comment. All of these questions I hope will be answered, because some of these things are answerable, but we're not going to go back and forth. But I'm hoping that all of these questions and will be answered in this workshop. You can always call a member of the committee, and we can always talk offline, or you can always come to a meeting and we can discuss it, because at every meeting we have public comment on any topic, not just the topics that's on ordinances. So I really do appreciate, I'm taking some notes. I do appreciate every comment from the public. Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready for the next person? That would be Caden. That's C-A-Y-D-E-N. He seems to have stepped away from his desk. Oh, he's getting paper. You're up, Caden.
Tom Jablonski.
Okay. Tom Treblansky, is that what you said?
Jablonski.
Jablonski.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we're at 655 Sydney Road West. And the only thing that I see from looking at the map here, you have to excuse mean, looking at this, my dog got a hold of it before I did. I see a lot of dotted areas and what would also be small cannabis areas. Is that just what was picked from the town, the areas, or are these homeowners or landowners that are thinking of doing this venture? Possibilities.
Kate, Tom, we tried to be transparent with the map. We asked our planner, Darlene Green, to pick out every property in Franklin Township that was over 20 acres. That map was not really part of the ordinance. It was used as an illustration for where things might be. It
Bill,
didn't
do you
take.
want me to address it?
Can you do that? Sure, sorry.
Because I think that's a lot of people's questions. So just real quick. So what that map is solely an illustration of properties that meet the size and location, meaning it's on a county or state highway. That in no way means that those are pieces of property that are being looked at. It doesn't mean that they meet the environmental concerns. They could be within a C1 stream. They could be in a wetland. They could be in a watershed area. They could have steep slopes. They could not meet it for other reasons. That map was solely for the committee and the land use board to take a look at, to understand the magnitude of, so for example, when we did the map the first time, we didn't have 1,000 feet within the school, and the piece of property right across from the school showed up on the map. And the township committee's members went, whoa, we can't have the one right across from the school. And that made them think, okay, we need to also address the distance from the school because it was across the street, so it wasn't adjacent. So that map does not mean that you can automatically come in and build anything there. That map is solely a representation of, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but the absolute, like, just based upon size and street, and that you have at least 50 feet of that street. That is all that map is. So I know that there were some people who commented they were very concerned about wetlands and streams and things like that. All of that would be addressed. We don't have access to that information. All the preserved farms were taken off the list because we do have a list of that. But it does not mean because it's on the map, it's fair game. It just is a depiction so the committee and the land use board could understand. And they put that out there for the public so all of you could understand, but I think it got misunderstood, and it is not part of the ordinance. That is just a depiction for everyone, a tool to look at. So I know there was some concern that is like incorporated in the ordinance because it was on the website. It is not. If you look at the chart, the dots versus the colors shows you micro cultivation, which are smaller operations versus other ones. But that's just to show you what, just with those two conditions, there's a lot of other conditions, just with those two, what that meant. So I hope that helps.
Yes, very good. Because it looked like we would be #1 in America from the looks of the map. That was basically my only thought on this. And like many others, I have no interest in this at all. I mean, the house we live in, the first part of it was built 1735. And I'm fourth-generation farmer. So we're pretty happy with the way this whole area is. And well, I guess that's about it for us. But thank you very much for your time.
Trina, there was another topic that was going on with a lot of letters and members for the public about an impact study, environmental impact study, and why wasn't it done before this ordinance? I just wanted to make sure that residents know that impact study will be done upon an applicant coming in, because the applicant will pay for the impact study and also pay for the professionals, our professionals, to review any study that is performed or that is given by the applicant. So we felt at the committee that there was no reason why that we as the committee should do an impact study, which will cost thousands upon thousands of dollars to do every single site. When once an applicant comes in, the impact study will be done, and the merits of that will be judged, and also the payment will be done by the applicant. Am I correct in that? I don't know if you want to address that or Darlene.
No, you're absolutely correct. And to give an example, if anyone was paying attention to the land use board a few years ago when a fish farm was proposed at the end of Pittstown Road. It's an aquaculture facility. There was a lot of concern about running the wells dry. And the township hired a hydrologist from Princeton Hydro to come in and to evaluate the application. So the applicant came in with their experts, but the township also had an expert, which was paid for by the applicant. It's our professional, and we hired them, but the bills were being paid by the applicant. And Kingwood Township, it was on the border of Kingwood, they brought in their professionals too, because they were worried about their wells. So those are all absolutely things that would be evaluated at the land use board, and that studies like that would certainly be done and paid for by the applicant, not by the taxpayers.
Okay, so it looks like Dana Bala is next.
Ready to go?
You're good to go. We can hear you.
Okay, it's actually David Bala. That's my wife, Dana. So, ma'am, I've been in the township at least 34 years. I'm actually a retired lieutenant, New Jersey State Police. I've been nothing but supportive of this township, the people in it, everybody. Sebastian can vouch for that. The committees, every committee, DPW, the police department, all the teachers have been fantastic. This is actually the first time, I heard about this facility supposedly going in. First time I paid any attention to anything about it. The fact that this was just coming on is why I'm listening. So, you know what that is in the background?
I was like, what?
I found it.
Okay, you got it?
There you go. It's off now.
Okay, so if sometimes the way my demeanor or how I come off might be a little gruff, but last unit I ran was Central Security, and I did investigations on threats on the President of the United States, international dignitaries, and things of that nature. So I kind of get right to the point. What I will say, I was just going to address one issue, but in the running of this meeting, the way we initiated things was great. But there's some inconsistencies here where we were told kind of strongly there's going to be no questions and answers. And now all of a sudden, you guys, when you decide you're going to give questions and answers, or when somebody says something, you're going to address issues. But there are definitely some inconsistencies in those answers. What I would say is you need to be careful, because when you just decide that you're going to just throw out dots on a map that really don't mean anything, they're just kind of this errant information that aren't applicable to the specifics of these marijuana cultivation areas. That's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. Okay. I'm just going to make a quick analogy to something. All right. They're still messing around with the school. The teachers are fantastic, the whole 9 yards. But that construction project from day one was a mess. And I'll just go to one point. How could you not know there was a stream going under the school? I'm just being patient, okay, and giving you an analogy. All right, please do your homework on this, especially before you guys do any presentation. Have your facts squared away before you present it to people. You just laid out a perfect example, the dots and the specifics of the dots and what they mean. The same thing when the Petersons were great people and have the farm down, they ask a very easy question about the permeability of the land, if it's going to be covered. That's a very easy question. So again, my suggestion to you is take a good look at how the school construction was handled and is still being handled, because those construction corrections are still being made. to me, and I hate to even say this, that's misfeasance, and somebody needs to be looked into how that's being handled over there. I would suggest you guys take a step back, kind of look at this whole marijuana. It could be pine trees, really doesn't matter to me. It could be strawberries. Take a look, step back, put everything in an orderly fashion so that when people do have questions and answers, they're factual, they're easy to read and easy to present to the people. And personally, we're against it, that's all. But I'm saying this to be, helpful to you. Okay? That's it.
Okay.
And I do support you guys, like I said, and everybody else in town.
Okay, looks like JDRWAL, you're up.
Yes, this is John Draw. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. So 3 Stone Barn Road. Listen, this is about common sense and family values, township members. Think about your children. Think about your grandchildren, your parents, young children that go to Franklin Township School, the historic farmers of this town, the damage that drugs have had in our society, homeless tents in our cities. This is common sense, folks. Just say no. Franklin is a family values town. Cannabis does not represent family values. This is an ethics issue more than it is a tax issue. What do you want our town to be known for? I grew up sharing with my kids that this town at one point was known for its peaches. My kids grew up eating corn, tomatoes from the Rutgers facility. What do you want this township to be known for? Peaches, corn, and tomatoes? Or do you want it to be known to be the cannabis town? And since the township members feel that they can answer some committee members can answer some questions, but not all, I pose that question to all of you here. What do you want it to be known for? I ask for your answer. Cannabis or peaches? It's an ethics issue, kids. Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I'm not getting a response. That was a poll for the township committee members. Since you feel that you could answer some questions, but not all of them, that one was for you. Please answer.
I'll answer that question. I have no problem answering. I'm personally against it. But if the residents of Franklin Township wanted this, I would absolutely support it.
I appreciate your answer.
The residents don't.
Okay, so the next person on the list is Linda Peterson.
That was very cowardly, township members, township board members.
Christine, Mrs. Peterson already spoke, so we should take everyone else first and then come back to her.
Oh, okay.
How
So,
cowardly?
David Evans.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dave Evans. I maintain a law practice on Main Street in Flemington. I represent several of the Franklin Township residents. I've submitted a rather detailed legal letter to the Township Committee today about all of the potential legal problems with having one of these places. I owned a farm on Oak Grove Road. My children were raised here, attended the schools. I was president of the rescue squad for many years. So I've always kept a great fondness for Franklin Township. I enjoyed the mayor's comment about having a cannabis facility to make Franklin Township more attractive to people, to new residents. And I'm just wondering how many of you would put that on your house brochure if you're trying to sell your house, that there was a marijuana grow operation. I don't think it'd make it very attractive. I've had a lot of experience with the marijuana industry. I'm senior counsel to an organization called cannabis industry victims educating litigators. The website is civel.org, civel.org. You can learn all about marijuana there. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody will have. I also appreciated the comment about who controls the marijuana industry. And I have a question for you. Do you think that the tobacco industry is looking out for your family's best interest? Second question is, do you think the opiate companies are looking out for your family's best interest? And then the third question is, do you think that the marijuana companies are looking out for your family's best interest? The marijuana initiative that was presented to the public was full of a lot of dishonesty. We wound up suing the state over this. And unfortunately, the case didn't go forward because the people got to me too late to file the lawsuit. But the court did agree that the citizens had standing to challenge the referendum because of all the problems with the referendum. The marijuana industry is very aggressive. They're very predatory. And if you allow them into your town, you can expect a lot of trouble. I worked for years on trying to bring Garden State growers under control. You saw how tough that was. Wait until you deal with the marijuana industry. So I will be, over the next couple of months, providing education to anybody who wants it. I have contacts all over the country. You can talk to people from states like Colorado and California to see how it's going there. I'd be happy to have them come and testify via Zoom and talk to any of you that are interested. You have my phone number there. If you want more information, give me a call. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, looks like Kirsten Urmston would like to speak next.
Yes, hi, I'm Kristen Urmston. I'm at 106 Upper Kingtown Road. I want to thank committee member Repman for responding to me. He sent me the Hopewell article and their manufacturing facility. And after I read that, I became very concerned about the lack of buffers that would be around the factory. Hopewell sits on 135 acres and they only use 5 acres and they have the rest of the 130 as a buffer. They also picked that site deliberately because it's right across from the police station. And they said that any crimes that would come can be directly, I guess, dealt with by the police station. And the last thing was in the article, it said it is nearly impossible to control odor in a retrofitted building, which is why Stonehill is building a state-of-the-art building with a $10 million air filtration system. So those 3 things caused me great concern. Again, I am against this. And I just want to leave you with one question. If this is such a great thing to have and it's going to bring all this revenue, why can't it be near a school? Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm thinking this is Faragala. You're next.
No, I have no comment. I have no comment.
There's an Faragalg with their hand up.
I think you can move on to the next person for me.
Okay. So Michelle Davino is next then.
Thank you. Hello, neighbors. I'm at 318 Sydney Road. I've been here for 17 years. It's a great place to live. One of the reasons...
Raise your hand again.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No.
Hello. Okay. Been here 17 years. I moved here for the reason of nice town, more open space, and would like to see it remain that way. I do have to say I am opposed to this ordinance. I'm opposed for many reasons. I'm going to echo Mr. Taylor. Water is it's not a renewable resource. Once it's gone, it's gone. Once it's ruined, it's ruined. Ask folks in Pennsylvania who've dealt with fracking. They'll tell you. Ask others who've dealt with marijuana facilities near their home, they'll tell you too.
Yeah. Ma'am, hold up. There was a noise in the background.
Okay, okay.
Please start.
Lastly, I'll just also echo concerns about what we don't know. And there is a lot we don't know. There's, I think, a lot the committee doesn't know. And this is new for everyone too. So new things might sound great at first. Let's really critically look at everything together. Hear everyone together. And I'm opposed. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. All right. So we have a phone call individual from 1908, and then the last four digits are 4282. You're next. Are you having difficulty?
They may not know, Christine, they may not know how to unmute their phone.
Yeah, I've hit the ask to unmute a couple times, but let's see. Yeah, it won't let me unmute them. They have to do it themselves. Okay, so I guess we'll have to move on to Carlos Goncalves. I'll leave them up.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I
Hello?
can hear you now. There you go.
Okay. This is Jane Bowers. I have lived at 32 Baker Road for 42 years, moved here in 1982. Of course, I've always been in Hunterdon County, and I find Franklin to be one of the best places in the county. This reminds me a lot of the time in 1985, 1986, when our freeholders determined that they should put a landfill in Franklin Township. And one of the things that we did then, they thought they had the companies in, told us how it was going to work, how little it would impact the environment and everything. And what we did is they offered to take us in buses down to Cape May County to a state-of-the-art facility. And we filled up one bus, then we filled up two, and I think we almost had three. And right before we were due to go down a few days later, the lining of the landfill leaked and the trip was canceled. And that was the end of the whole landfill. Then our freeholders decided that we should go elsewhere for our trash. So anyway, this just reminds me of this, where you take a rural community and you're not looking at the big picture. The best thing we have here is the water and the environment. And it is true, we have new farms further down Baker Road, and there's a large farming concern, and the neighbors are worried about their wells already. So the smell, I've also smelled on Route 22 when I've gone down from my shop in Lebanon down past the old Walmart in Raritan, and it stinks. And I don't know why a township that would take away property owners' rights and change zoning so that if they wanted to subdivide, they can't. Originally, the zoning was for 3 acres, and it was changed to 7 because that was beneficial. Because we can't have too many houses, can't have too many septic systems. But if you have one house on 3 acres, that's a lot less water than you're going to be drawing from a huge manufacturing facility that's also going to stink. So I just think, the corporations come in. Look at what Garden State Growers did. I still have not seen the topsoil replaced on that farm. There still is this black plastic or whatever matting down over one of the most beautiful fields in all of Hunterdon County. And I know that they were paying fines, but these corporations don't care if they have to pay $1,000 a day. So you have to be really careful who your group you're working with. And I just think we're really asking for a lot of problems. So that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Carlos Goncalves, you are next.
Good evening, guys. I'm just a resident at 42 Hogback Road, and I'll keep it simple and just say I'm opposed to it too. I just want to put that on. And thank you very much for you guys.
Okay. So Bruce Doridis, you are next.
Hi, honey. Okay. I just said my piece.
What?
Gave my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Bruce? Doesn't look like you are connected to a microphone. Bruce, you are not connected to a microphone.
I thought I was.
Christine, maybe give Mr. Doridis a minute to try to figure that out. And if not, you can call in over the telephone. And you can still stay on the video if you want to, but we can hear you over the phone. But let's move to the next person. Then when you're ready, we'll come back to you.
Okay. So then Kara Lynch is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Jake. Kara's my girlfriend. I live on 434 Pittstown Road. Just want to say I moved here at 25 years old last year. I had no problem affording it. And obviously I'm opposed to it. And I work on Route 22 about 3 miles away from the plant. I just got to say, every morning the inside of my building smells like shit. So it's going to smell and it's going to bring down the value of our homes. That's it.
Okay. So that was. Okay, so Arkrend, ARCHREND, you are up next.
Are we good?
You are good.
Okay. My name's Don Broughton, 219 Pittstown Road in Pittstown. I just want to thank the committee for putting this off and hopefully taking steps to get professionals in and getting some real information into the record on how impactful this is going to be. This is the kind of thing that belongs in the middle of an industrial.
I was able to talk. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption, sir.
Yeah. So it's a kind of facility that belongs in an industrial zone, I think, where these lights and 24-hour security and 50, 60,000 square foot buildings and all belong. But my main concern, as others, is the water usage on this. We've already got one big usage with the growers up there, and you know, I don't want to lose my wells. And you know, I grew up on the other side of the state where it's a lot of industry, and I moved out here for clean air and clean water. And I feel that this would definitely impact that if you allow this to happen in our community. So I'm opposed to any type of industrial usage of water and something that's going to be producing waste into the ground and so forth. I know that you turned down a facility at the end of Pittstown Road and Route 12 for this exact reason, for the use, as my understanding, it was for over usage of water and maybe some waste in addition. I think it was some kind of a fish hatchery thing that was going to be using water and then refiltering it through their own systems, but that was turned down. And I think that was a wise decision. And I just don't understand why you guys feel like you need to push this through on residents like ourselves that want to, live out here in a rural atmosphere. And we've all done a great job with preserving land, preserving farms, and open space. And I think that's where we need to continue to go. So I'm definitely opposed to it. I definitely would like you to have a meeting where you are doing perhaps a combined Zoom and in-person meeting. I think there's facilities around where you can borrow them for the purpose of these meetings. But before you do that, I'd really like to see you get some professionals in to give you facts and figures on this kind of thing, because it seems like you're a little underfunded in that area. That's all I have to say. Thank you again.
Okay, my name is Karen Taylor Broughton. I'm Don's wife, and we've lived here for almost 10 years. And I'm in the architectural industry. And I did the renderings on the corner of Pittstown and Route 12. And I'm telling you, the AR zoning, AR 70 zoning is not for these industrial buildings. It's too much impervious coverage. It's runoff, it erodes the land. It'll throw chemicals back into the water system. It's just not the right agriculture for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so Bruce has managed to get on to a mic, so you're up.
Okay. All right. Okay. Am I coming through okay now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to thank the Township Committee for all their hard work in making this a discussion between the committee and 260 participants that have very, very strong feelings on this subject. And I understand it's a very difficult one, and we appreciate your time. My first question deals around the ballot in November 2020. The ballot was voted by 62% of the Franklin Township voters to legalize the sale of marijuana. And the assumption is that the same 62% of the Franklin voters would approve having a cannabis facility in Franklin Township, which I think is not the correct assumption, and these two differences cannot be correlated. The people that voted for the legalization are different than the people that want this factory in Franklin Township. Next point I'd like to bring up is about our current zoning, which was changed several years ago from 3-acre zoning to AR5 and AR7, so 5-acre and 7-acre zoning. And my understanding is that that was done to preserve our aquifer, to make sure that everyone has their supply of water. Now, going through with having a cannabis factory in our township will drastically change that. You have operations that can use up to 80,000 gallons per day, whereas a normal household on 5 or 7 acres, a normal house would use approximately 1,000 gallons per day, and that would be our allocation. So you could see the huge discrepancy between putting a cannabis factory and having a house on a 7-acre lot. Now, if you want to expand that out, you could say, okay, you could have 3 houses on a 21-acre lot or parcel, perhaps, which would also fit a cannabis operation. And then you have to look at, well, what's the consumption of 3 homes, for 1 day of water? That would be 3,000 gallons versus a potential 80,000 gallons per day. Huge difference. My vote obviously would be to opt out, or let me put it this way, I would oppose this. I understand that the Township Committee opted in, but there seems to be no deadline for us to move forward with this. There's no, from what I'm hearing from the mayor, there is not a deadline or a mandate from our state to move forward with this. So there really should not be a hurry to pass this ordinance. We should look back and try to get more input from our residents and specialists before we move forward with any ordinance of this nature. Now, that being said, I would vote for both an in-person and a Zoom meeting to be held at a later date once we are past this COVID virus and all the implications. I also like to mention that I appreciate the feedback from all the township members, Diane, Mike, Sebastian, Phil, and Craig. Yeah. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay. Some stuff moved there. Okay, it looks like Scott Saunter is next.
Yeah, hi, it's Scott Sautner at 10 Tearaway. First off, Christine, you deserve combat pay. You have been dealing with this all night long. It's a marathon. It's almost 2 hours and back and forth.
And your background's fabulous.
We do love it.
Oh, thank you.
So, I think the testament to the fact that there were over 260 people who were signed on here demonstrates how important this is to the community. We all know it. It's a small community. We all love it. We love being here. We've been here 20 years. The one thing, and I will say that the gentleman who just spoke kind of stole my thunder, because we are not obligated to do this. That's my key question is, why would we even open this up, given that when you look at even as recent as June 11th, we said, no, we're going to opt out. And I understand some of the technicalities, and Phil, you did a good, if you will, reasoning, putting the timeline out there, but the reality is it doesn't make sense from a financial perspective, from a cultural perspective, or from a familial perspective. We love it out here. I love seeing tractors. I don't care what they're growing. I don't want to see factories. That's all there is to it. The bottom line is, everybody else has said it already. Water is what it's all about. We live here. We love it. We love the clean water. If you suck that out, we're done. So all I want to say, again, I go back to, we are not obligated. I want to press that point. We are interested, my wife and I, Lori and I are both interested in participating in this. We are not obligated to even make this available. I don't understand why we would make Franklin Township available to even have an applicant pursue us with respect to farming, or I should say not farming, but creating a manufacturing facility on our premises. So that's not why we live here. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
And I have one thing. My name is Lori Gale, 10 Tower Way. I'm Scott's wife, with a different last name. They're quoting the 60% or 63% that's going around that Franklin approved this. No, 60% of the state of New Jersey voted for marijuana usage, and maybe Franklin Township did too. I've absolutely no issue with marijuana usage whatsoever. Factories are a whole different thing. We're not an industrial zone. What I would suggest is hold out to November, put it out to referendum. Let's see if 63% of Franklin Township actually votes for that. That I'd support 100%. Thank you for the time, and thank you so much for tabling this while we collect more data.
Okay. So, Natividad Moraes.
Thank you, Christine. It's Natividad Moraes. I just want to say I moved here in January of 2021. And one of the things that drew me to this area was the rural farmland, the clean air, and the good schools. And it was not the Walmart. It was not, and certainly if there was a cannabis facility near the home that I bought, I wouldn't have bought this home. That being said, I want to talk about the 2020 state question about legalizing cannabis. The 2020 state question about legalizing cannabis was not Franklin's residents showing support to have these facilities in our township. I was told the 2020 question passed 60% to 40% in Franklin. But understand, the question was not about legalizing cannabis, and not if we wanted these commercial facilities built in Franklin. The fact that this study is not going to be held until an application comes through is working backwards to me. The residents have a right to be informed before the city in its own right approves any application. I appreciate and second all of my fellow neighbors' concerns, and I'm 100% opposed to even passing this ordinance. Also, hear me out. If this can't be near any school, why is it okay for it to be near my kids and my home? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. So Mike Mahler is next.
Hi, Mike Mahler, Pittstown, New Jersey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we fought this in our town recently and won. Some of the things that people are concerned about, doing your due diligence and researching what these processing facilities will come with. From our description that was afforded to us, we are farmlands. We're not an industrial zone. We don't have natural borders, so you can expect these buildings to have unsightly perimeter wiring, razor wire. You can expect to have 24/7 armed security, because this kind of factory is there to protect the corporate big business. You can expect to have security lighting that will virtually eliminate nighttime ambiance. We will have full daytime in certain areas. Environmental, you're going to remove a major portion of wildlife with this kind of thing. You're going to limit hunting for avid sportsmen in the area. It's just overall practicality of this on what you're saying will reduce taxes or benefit the town. What is your trade-off here? Are we willing to accept all these things, not only in Franklin, but all the neighboring towns, because we are as well are affected. That's why a lot of the Alexandria residents are here tonight to support Franklin Township. what is the trade-off? Because if you truly feel that you're looking out for the best interests of your town, then I think you're slightly out of touch. And I'm going to put this in a rather crude way of a factory, like the last speaker had said. It was approved for or voted for legalizing marijuana, but we didn't vote for this kind of industry to come into our towns as well. So I can compare this to, let's say, Rome votes unanimously to legalize prostitution. They're not going to put a brothel next to the Vatican. So you're doing the same thing by taking our rural farm areas and destroying what we came here for. I've been here for 48 years. I don't want to see this. We oppose this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. So John McAleer.
Yes, good evening. My name is John McAleer. I live on Mecklen Corner Road in Alexandria, full disclosure, so I'm a neighbor. But I'm very interested as a neighbor in certainly what could happen in the proximity to our township. And as many of you already know, we had a very active live series of meetings in our township. And we did decide that the Township Committee and the Land Use Board unanimously rejected this after hearing all the residents. Several hundred attended meetings in the high school. 50 waited in line over the course of 2 hours to speak, as we are here on Zoom. And the conclusion was that any potential financial benefit, and it was very limited, no one could really quantify it, was not offset by the risk to the quality of life of the residents. Everything I hear here is it's about the money. You think you can tax 2% and offset a whole lot of the tax base. Well, first off, you can't tax medical marijuana. The state did away with that. You can only tax recreational. Before you join the Cannabis Gold Rush, and believe me, I spent a lot of time actively researching this. Mr. Evans had mentioned the companies behind this are venture capitalists who are funded with tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. The people who were first coming into Alexandria the co-founders sold their interest in Pennsylvania for $40 million in cash and stock. That company in turn resold their interest to another company for $64 million in cash and stock to a company in Florida that was then floating financial instruments for hundreds of millions of dollars. There are interwoven and interlinked LLCs that these people have across the country, and that's who's going to be pounding at your doorstep. You don't have to do this, as was just recently stated. You've already solved this problem. By August 21st, every town had to say whether they were going to permit this or not, and you already said no. So why change your mind now and come back and say, gee, we want the money? It doesn't make sense in terms of the risk to quality of life. You know, all the reasons that were stated, the smell, the water, the environment, the safety, the traffic. Certainly as a neighbor, I think I saw him on here, I don't want to go down to the Pitchtown Inn and say to Gary, hey, I don't want to sit on the porch because it stinks. That's not the environment that we all want to live in here. So again, before you join the well-funded gold rush of the cannabis industry, I think this is easily solved. Certainly talk some more. I'm very happy that you've decided to table this tonight, but easily solved. Don't do anything and it goes away. You don't have to do anything further relative to cannabis for the state of New Jersey. You've already done it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Alex next.
Good evening. I live on Mecklen Corner Road in Pittstown as well. I'm a neighbor to the gentleman who spoke before me. He is a very good neighbor. And for the last 11 years, Franklin Township has been a very good neighbor. It's a beautiful town. And although I'm not a resident, I enjoy it very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to tell you, though, about a bad neighbor I have in my life, and that is I work in Branchburg Township. I work within a couple of miles of the facility on Route 22 that used to be a Walmart. And I can tell you, not to spread fear, not to make anyone, this comes from actual experience. It stinks there almost every day. The facility releases a powerful odor. It smells like 100 skunks. That's not a joke. It's not an exaggeration. It's an awful smell. It's most prevalent in the summer, although there were a couple of days last week where you could smell it really bad. It depends on which way the wind blows, which I don't think is something that we can control yet. So in terms of the town, I hope that Franklin Township will be a good neighbor to Alexandria, just as Alexandria, with our actions in the last couple of months, have become a good neighbor to Franklin Township. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, the smell is real, it's terrible, it causes headaches. There are some days you just can't go outside. And for what? So a few people can make even more money than they already have. Please do the right thing and save your town. Thank you.
Okay, so we have someone just named as iPhone is next.
Hi, I'm iPhone here. This is Gary Wally. I'm at 175 Locust Grove Road. I just want to say that to start with, I strongly oppose the passing of this ordinance, and I agree with every resident who has spoken so far. I haven't heard one say that they're okay with this, not one. And I agree with John saying that, we've not done any environmental studies. We don't need this. We chose to live here for the lifestyle and the quality of life. I also own a local business in town, and I can safely say that 100% of the people that I've talked to or who have talked about this are not in favor of this. And I don't think we need this. There's a reason, like somebody said, why we don't have these near schools, churches, wetlands, and streams. We will have serious environmental, soil, security, traffic issues. And I don't think we need that. We just need to maintain what we have here. And a couple of dollars or a couple of $100 in tax breaks is not worth changing our lifestyle, guys. And there's no hurry. Like Bruce said, what's the hurry? There's no time limit to it. Let's not pass this at this point, and let's just wait and see where this goes. And honestly, I don't think we need it here. We don't need factories. We don't, of any kind. It's just not important for our lifestyle. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Scott Martin is next. It does not appear that you are connected to a microphone. Okay. So while you figure that out, I'm going to move on to Daniel Carlton.
Hello, if you can hear me. He's trying to connect, but the only problem is that what's your problem with your thing? She's hearing me. So what's the problem?
She's not saying I have any volume.
Sorry, he doesn't have any volume.
Would you like to come on over to your microphone?
Would you like to come? Yes, great. Are you okay with this? For the record, this is this gentleman's first name, last name, and let him come over because he's having some technical issues.
Absolutely.
Again, stress it for the record, technical issues.
Elizabeth, maybe she could do it for us too.
It's okay. Come on over. It's okay.
We all good?
You're good to go, Scott Martin.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I want to extend a thank you to our neighbors in Alexandria and surrounding who were very gracious to put their time aside this evening on our behalf. They've been through this ordeal, and to help us out and to voice their opinions and situations they've been through is appreciated. As far as myself and my wife, we moved into Pittstown in 2013. We moved here from a town that was supposedly voted one of the 100 best places to live in America, and that was known as Hillsborough. I don't know who took that poll, but it didn't keep me there. If anyone, any of the viewers are on tonight, I'm sure they know that township. We resided there for over 20 years. It was a farm community when I moved in there in 1988. The reason I left in 2013 and came to Pittstown was take a drive through there and you'll know the obvious reason why we left. They ruined the town. It's not a farm community. It's an overdeveloped nightmare. We took 2 years in our search to find our address, which is 190 Locust Grove Road. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier. We're right on the corner of Pittstown Road and Locust Grove. We're on about 20 acres. I wasn't aware of the impact of the truck traffic and the severity that it is, but we are now, unfortunately, and that's from a grow operation that we all know who it is. And I just wish that problem was, that was resolved in an earlier matter, but I understand that was all in the makings way before our residency. What we liked about the town and the nice sprawling property that we have, in the summertime, we could sit on our back deck. I can overlook Sky Manor Airport. I can watch the balloons go up every night in the summer, spring, fall. Beautiful, clean air, quiet. And we like to sleep with the windows open with fresh, clean air. And that's just our lifestyle. And my wife and I both came from areas with somewhat of acreage, but not as sprawling as Pittstown here offers. The taxes, I moved from an area, as I said, in Hillsborough, and I was paying $4,000 less a year in taxes. I didn't move to Pittstown to save taxes. I'm paying much more in taxes, but to me, it was worth it because of the lifestyle and the atmosphere and the type of properties that we reside at. I have Gary as my neighbor, who just spoke earlier. Couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Have neighbors down the road. They spoke earlier. Couldn't ask for better neighbors. We all get along. As far as this cannabis proposal goes, I don't see one positive thing about it. If it's going to be based on revenue, which seems to be the only thing that's trying to lure us into accepting this, I think we're being misinformed. Back, I believe, in 2018, there was a company by the name of Greenleaf who wanted to move in and try and get a application submitted and be allowed to put a cannabis facility between the church and the Franklin Township post office. There was a lot of pushback once the word got out. I attended one of those meetings and I asked the committee personnel, what type of tax savings are we as a residents going to be looking at, just for curiosity? At that time, we were told about $150 to $200 per taxpayer for the year. I don't know about the rest of you folks here this evening. I could spend more than that on a dinner with my wife and a couple rounds of drinks. That's not going to make a hell of a bit of difference to me, $150 to $200 a year. I'm sorry. As many already mentioned this evening, there's a lot of environmental questions and concerns. Yes, the water usage is going to be dramatic for an operation such as that. Those plants don't absorb all that water during the watering. So you're going to have some type of wastewater that's not going to be used on those plants. Where is that going? They're going to recycle it? Is it going to be dumped into the ground? I mean, aren't our wells already in question with what we have going on not far from us? As far as tax revenue goes, there has to be a better way. I'm sure the public would be more than willing to send in suggestions to basically come up with ideas for tax revenue if we're hurting that bad. But this is not the way, folks. This is, as many already mentioned, there's been not one supporter to here so far this evening out of around 260 signups that logged in this evening. And we need to also make this not only a virtual meeting in the future, but in-person meeting, because there is a number of old farmers that I've been speaking to in the last couple of weeks that have flip phones and don't even know how to Zoom, okay? They want to be present, they don't want this, and they need to have their voices heard, not by Zoom. Murphy's lifting the mandates as of about, I believe, 24 or 48 hours ago. Numbers are down. There should be no reason in another month or two, if this issue needs to be a public hearing once again in a venue adequate enough to hold. I'm sure you're going to need something that's going to hold 300 to 400, maybe 500 people minimal. That's going to have to be considered. My wife also is she travels back and forth every morning, comes home the same direction through down Route 523 out to 22 in White House on the way into Martinsville and Bridgewater, where she is, where her occupation requires her to be present. And she goes past that facility, which everybody has spoken to about this evening, the old Walmart, which is now a grow operation. As everybody also said, I think there's a couple times she actually looked at the passenger seat and wanted to know if there was a skunk driving with her, because it's horrible. Myself, I go past her often. There's the air quality there, and what those poor residents are going through behind that facility, which is all residential. I don't know how are they going to sell their house and try and get out of that if they want to. Who's going to want to buy in that area and reside there with kids, without kids? There's nothing good about it, folks. So thank you for me the opportunity to speak this evening. Thank you for all the committee members. I know it's going to be a long night. This is something that needs to be discussed. It's very important. And hopefully there's another point where we can all meet personally and we're all back to normal circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mistis, if you would like to speak up now. Mistis?
Christine, I see a Brett Palmer that's next.
This is someone who is having a hard time figuring out how to raise her hand on the phone. And she's on a different kind of phone. I've asked her to unmute. She's been trying to get somebody to help her for a while.
Okay, sorry.
You're unmuted, Mistis. You're ready to speak? MYSTAS? Okay, so maybe she stepped away. All right. So Brett Palmer. I cannot hear you, Brett.
We can't hear you.
Says you're unmuted, but do you have your volume up? Hmm.
Does he possibly have earphones in? I wonder if for some reason that's interfering.
Okay. Do you have an external mic that has its own mute button? Doesn't look like that's coming in.
Christine, I would ask him to call in over the telephone so we can take his comment that way.
Did you hear the township attorney's advice? Please call in over the telephone. Okay. In the meantime, we will move on to Ingrid. Ingrid?
Hi,
There you go.
how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. First of all, I really like the opportunity, and I think I'm very happy that we can have an open forum about this, about this issue. And I'm grateful for the ability to speak out. I'm a pediatric neurologist and I have a background in neurochemistry. And because of my background and, because of all the, research I've done, I'm really, really, really concerned about not just the environmental aspect of this problem, but also, the health repercussions that this brings. It's interesting because cannabis and THC and both CBD are actually a medicine to treat seizures. So certainly, from that perspective, I'm all in favor of having this product. However, the fact that it's out there and helps patients doesn't mean I want a factory in my backyard. Just like all the other people, I moved into this area because of its environment, because of the wonderful, the wonderful nature and all that stuff. But the fact that if nobody takes into account what kind of chemicals are going to be put into the ground to spoil and poison our well water, to me is really an issue that has to be addressed. People have talked about the use of the well water and drying up our wells. They've talked about the pollution in the air from the, from the chemicals, but nobody has addressed the fact that, first of all, the chemicals that are used to extract these active ingredients, the solvents that are used, are all going to end up in our wells and are quite dangerous to our health. There is a study out called ECHO, ECHEO, which is a nationwide study that is actually collecting all these data of all of the pesticides and chemicals that are used in various, growing plants and seeing what effect they have on pregnant women and their outcome. And it's clear from the studies and the preliminary results that the effect on not just on pregnant women, but mostly on the babies that are born from them have behavioral difficulties. They're small for gestation. They have developmental and learning disabilities. So we can't just think of what it does to us. We also have to think of what it does to the future generations. So because of my background and because I did look into this very carefully, I'm really strongly opposed to having this processing plant in our community for obvious reasons. So my vote to this is no. Thank you.
Okay. Ingrid, for the record, could you please state your location?
What do you
your
want?
address?
Upper Kingstown Road.
Upper
In
Kingstown
Pittsburgh.
Road?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Brett Palmer. Brett Palmer has managed to make it on via another item, so
Hello, can you hear me now?
we can hear you now.
All right, excellent. Brett Palmer, 111 Locust Grove Road. First of all, I want to thank the committee for postponing this tonight. I think that that's extremely, extremely important. I think that you've seen that a lot of people have concerns, and I'm happy that you want to give us more information and allow us to tell you how we feel and things of that nature. I'm not going to spend a lot of time bringing up points that have already been brought up, although I agree with a lot of them. I will just reiterate that water and smell are two huge things. I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but they are very, very important. The second thing I really want to mention is that if this does come to a vote and you guys decide you want to move forward with this, I really think there needs to be an in-person meeting. I think one example would be the fact that I could not just speak a minute ago. I appreciate Zoom and I appreciate that it's recorded. In-person things can be recorded too. And there's also possibilities of doing a joint in-person and Zoom so that you can hear everybody and everybody's opinion. There are certainly facilities that can handle the amount of people that would want to show up for something like this. The other thing I would mention is I read through the ordinance. There's a lot of rules. And the problem with rules is they need to be enforced. And I'm not really sure why we would want something that has this many rules and would need this level of enforcement. Because as has been mentioned by other people, chances are the people that are going to have these factories, not farms, in our town are not going to be a local resident who's going to play by the rules. They're going to be a giant corporation who has really deep pockets and is going to say, come after me. And what are we going to do then? I guarantee you that any tax money we make from this is going to be absorbed so fast in attorneys and everything else to try to enforce the rules. I mean, look at what a simple operation that grows plants that they sell at stores in the middle of Pittstown right now, how much money that has taken from our town to fight. This will be 100 times worse. I would also say that if there is any savings, it was mentioned that it's important for our certain residents can't afford the taxes here. And I appreciate that. And I can tell you this, that if they save $1,000 or $2,000 a year for 10 years, for even 20 years, when they go to sell their house and they lost $200,000 or $300,000 on the value of their house, was it worth the $1,000 or $2,000 they saved in taxes over that amount of time? And I think that is extremely important because I think that will happen if these operations come all over our town. Values of homes will go down. And lastly, it was mentioned by a committee member on this call that we are in a good financial position right now, that this is being looked at for the possibility of a bad financial position in the future. I don't think that you make a deal like this and go down this level of extreme to basically make a deal with the devil, in my opinion, unless your back's against the wall and you really need the money. We don't need the money, so we shouldn't even be considering this. It's my opinion, and I really thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Greta Eklund-Bell?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Hi, it's Eklund Bell. And my address is 37N39 Quakertown Road, right next to the firehouse. And I wanted to say, I have, my whole family is on this Zoom tonight, all on our own computers, but my family's been in Franklin Township and in Pittstown for, our girls are the 6th generation. So unlike many of the people on tonight, we've been here for a long, long time. My grandmother was actually one-room school teacher on Franklin School Road, one-room school house, whatever, the small schools, many, many years ago in the 20s. And my grandfather was, he was the mayor of Franklin Township in the early 60s, I believe. So anyway, obviously, I'm opposed, as everyone, from what I've heard, is tonight. And so many people have had such great points. So I'm sure the committee gets the picture that we don't really want this at all. And I appreciate you all listening to us and taking all the comments. I do want to mention, from what I have heard and understand from people who have done more research into the tax ramifications or benefits, that apparently they are not as great as some people believe they will be. Supposedly it's a very small percentage that the township will get. And this is from what I understand, and I have to say, I didn't personally do the research, but it is a small percentage, and it's not even supposed to be allocated for property taxes. So I'm sure at this point, the committee will do even more research than they have done. And I appreciate that. So I don't want to be like one of the stories, and I know, we welcome people into the area, but I don't want to be one of those people in another town somewhere in Pennsylvania, more rural, years from now, saying, I had to leave my town for, that my family was in for generations because of this facility that went up. So here we are, and we're here to stay. So thank you so much for keeping our best interest in mind. We appreciate you. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so Roy Emerson?
Somebody else. Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you, Roy.
Okay, thank you. My name is Roy Emerson. I live at 15 Lansdowne Road along the Capelone Creek. I moved here on orders from the United States Army. And part of that was bringing my wife back home relatively close to where she grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was on assignment to Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn. So I could have probably, and we looked, and we even considered living in the concrete jungle. I spent 3 months living in a hotel in Bound Brook looking for a home when we got out here from Hawaii in 2015. And we ultimately chose to move out to West Central New Jersey after a couple of house hunting trips out this way, and fell in love with Hunterdon County. I could have made a lot of money in New York City with the housing allowances that the Army would have afforded me, but I chose a smaller paycheck to move out here, more specifically Franklin Township. We chose this area because of its beauty, its equine culture. I think I said that right. It's rich history relevant to the birth of this nation, and the open land, the farming community and culture, and just ultimately, at the end of the day, the lifestyle that is afforded the people who choose to live in this community. The map shows, when I first saw the map that's going around, as vague as it is, one of the areas that's shown on it that is spotted green backs right up to the Fish and Wildlife Management area along the Capelone Creek. That's an area that I love to take my children fishing. I love to take my grandchildren fishing. I have another grandchild on the way, and I'd love to take her fishing along the creek. But if a facility, of a manufacturing facility is erected right on the other side of the creek, what do I get to look at with my grandchildren, on the weekends, exploring, the wilderness behind my home? I'm very, there's a lot of, I would echo a lot of the sentiment from everybody else that has been on here. I'm not going to waste, everybody's time regarding that. But I will echo my concerns about the water, the leaching of waste chemicals along the Capelon Creek and the wildlife management area. My well is not too far from the Capelon Creek. One of the downfalls of my property is that it is always saturated with water. It takes a very hot day in the summer to dry it out. But I'm also concerned about leaching water into the Capelon Creek. And where does that lead? It leads into the south branch of the Raritan River. And who might be affected by, environmental issues, not just in Franklin Township, but then who else is downstream from us? Let's see. I think I've covered just about everything that I think I wanted to cover. I just, if I haven't said it, I'm adamantly opposed to any factory, regardless of what it's creating, whether it's cannabis or widgets, being built in Franklin Township. And let's keep our community beautiful, rural, and fun to live in. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So Kate, you're up next.
Did it work? Okay, great. Hi, guys. My name is Kate Brown. I grew up at 770 County Road 513 in Pittstown. So while we're not directly Franklin Township, we're only a stone's throw away down Ray Street. My husband and I now live on the other side of Del Val High School, but my parents are still in Pittstown. My grandparents built that house in 1964. It is where my dad and uncle grew up, and where my parents decided to raise my brother and I. We're all still local and enjoying life in Pittstown as we flock back to garden and spend time in the backyard at the pool, and walk down along the Capelon Creek and go fishing. My husband and I, one day, we are planning to buy the family home and keep it in the family when my parents are ready to downsize. But in the meantime, we were looking to stay in Alexandria Township, and even extended our search over into Franklin. We do enjoy the outdoors and gardening, and these environmental impacts would leave us questioning if this is where we want to raise our children in the coming years. We love Pittstown for the rural culture, the environment, the darkness at night, and the security. My husband grew up in Washington. It is loud. It doesn't get completely dark, and that's what we love about being here. Bringing a factory into that, you get ambient light, there's security issues, there's a smell. I have a coworker that lives over in White House Station. I can tell you that last summer she said that her and her husband were done with it. It was to the point that their kids couldn't be outside most days. They wanted to sell their house. They're in the hole. They can't sell their house because of the smell, and it's disclosed to people that are coming to view their house, and people are walking away. They are to the point that they're losing money and they feel stuck. When this was being brought up in Alexandria, there was the concern of the smell and what's being pumped out potentially in the water, in the air. I did some research. Because of mine and my husband's jobs, we are at the mercy of surprise drug screenings. We're professionally licensed. He is a law enforcement officer. I saw 2 articles. Now, it was only 2, but it's not something I'm willing to risk, that law enforcement officers who live close to these facilities are exempt from drug screenings. So you're gonna have, it was only 2 articles again, but not something I'd be willing to risk. So I urge you to not only think about the environmental implications, but the lifestyle implications, and not only Franklin Township, but those that border it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So EV is next.
Yes. Hi, my name is Dr. Ray Book, and I'm here with my wife, Linda. We're at 10 Duke Court, Pittstown. I'm 3rd generation Franklin Township. We've lived at this address since 1985. Obviously, I've worked in a lot of places, but always lived here. We love it. I want to thank all the individuals who have spoken so far. I think that there's not much more I can say. They've been very articulate and have expressed many, many concerns and many reasons not to do this. And I just want to say my biggest concern is the presentation by the committee members. I thought it was very biased and one-sided, and I'm just concerned that they're already sold on this concept and that it's going to be an uphill battle for the members of the community. So I just wanted to state that, and I hope that the rest of the residents of the township can convince you that this is a bad idea. Thank you.
Okay. So Daniel Carlton.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Carlton, live at 30 Hogback Road. My wife and I moved to this area from California in late 2019. We also lived in a hotel for 3 months while we sought out where to raise our family. We chose Pittstown for the community values, for the rural area, for the beauty. We have a nice little farmette and a horse property. And we didn't move here to live next to a marijuana factory, bottom line. We're vehemently opposed to it for all the reasons mentioned by everyone else tonight, from a quality of life standpoint, to property value standpoint, to health and ecological standpoint. So thank you for allowing us all to speak this evening. And I would ask the town council members that if you're considering approving this ordinance, that you would think twice and that you would at minimum put this to a referendum in November. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Chong. Dr. Chong, you're up.
Hi, thanks, Christine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, this is Bob Murphy. I am Quakertown Road in Franklin Township. My question's more around process. First, I echo everyone else's concerns and comments, and I'm opposed to a marijuana processing plant. But my question's really more around process. Who decides and when whether this goes to a referendum? Can somebody on the committee address the process question?
Katrina, is that something you can answer?
Well, sure. So at this point, what the committee's saying is they're going to continue to review this issue. and it stays with the township committee.
So, okay, who decides if you're getting all this feedback that the residents want it to be a referendum? How does that get addressed? I'm not familiar with the process. That's why I'm asking. Hello?
It's a very valid point, very valid.
So at this time, and I don't know what happened to Mayor Corey, this is Diane Burgess, Deputy Mayor. At this time, what has been proposed is that the Township Committee, look at this again, take the input of that we've heard, and make a decision in terms of what the next steps are. In terms of going to referendum, I'm going to defer again to our attorney. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that process works. Sorry, Katrina.
No, that's okay. There's a process if that's what the township committee wanted to do, but I think at this point, what you're choosing to do is just to look at this again with the impact and all of the letters that you received and all the comments you're hearing tonight and
trust
look at it that way.
Exactly. Okay. So, I mean, it would be to answer the question that was asked. I think it's Mr. Murphy, is it?
Yes, Bob Murphy.
It would be, once the committee looks at it again and makes a decision, then I guess that it would sit, from what I understand is, it would sit with the committee if they chose to go to referendum, or if they chose to, or if we chose to propose another ordinance or nothing at all.
Okay, can somebody just for my understanding, or maybe everybody else's, give an example of where something has gone to referendum in the past? Does the committee decide at a certain point that they don't want to make the decision and they want to have it as a popular vote and then bring the issue to referendum? I'm trying to understand the process. I'm new to this. Thanks.
No, it makes sense. And off the, again, none of us who are currently on the committee were on the committee at the time that any of the prior referendums went to the voters. So
Okay.
I'm not, I couldn't go back that far to say why they chose to do it that way. We could certainly, look back through the minutes and see if we can find any, I guess.
I think that to answer your question bluntly is we can put this to referendum if a committee member makes a motion, a second, and it's voted on, and then it would go to referendum. That's how the process works.
Okay, so then for example, for me, for next step would be to contact a committee member and then solicit support from other residents to have another committee member second that.
Correct.
So that, okay, that's helpful.
But it's also would then require a majority vote of the committee to take it to referendum.
Okay,
So, I mean, just because there's a motion and a second doesn't necessarily mean, that just means it's a discussion item and it then has to be voted on. But at this point, what we are saying is the committee would like to look at the issue again, based on all the input we've had, and make a decision about the next steps.
okay.
The next steps are not to do this, period. That would be good.
Okay, I'm not entirely clear. For myself and then other concerned residents, I guess it's just
That
to
sounds like a
continue.
very roundabout
Okay, we're not shouting out. We're only being, when you're called on, then it's your turn.
Sorry,
Did
Bob,
Mr.
friends, but that just seems.
No, mute her.
Yeah, just say no.
Hello?
You have the floor, sir.
Okay, no, so I'm just so to be clear, then from my perspective, it's continuing to reach out to committee members. If that's how I'd like to see it handled, is to contact them, and then my fellow citizens that would like to see it handled as a referendum, just to make that known, I guess, would be next steps. Is that what your recommendation is?
Hi, this is Phil Corey. I just wanted to chime in because I was a little confused that had a referendum and what we were doing. We already have a motion and a second that we would bring this through a community workshop and then bring it back to the committee. So I'm assuming that that would supersede anything that we're doing because we already have this. And then once we discuss this, we can also bring it back if there is a you know, like Sebastian said, if there's a motion and second and voted on in the majority of the committee to go to referendum. But right now, this ordinance was tabled to go to come back to the committee with the workshop and then input from the residents and professionals. That's how I see this going. But I'm relying on council and the professionals to walk us through the process. So I'm not willing right now to just say the next step is this, because you know we're going to wait for the professionals to walk us through what is the proper thing to do based on what we already have a motion and approved today.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little more confused actually.
But that's why we really can't have this back and forth going around because this is basically for community. But I know you're asking for clarification and I'm not trying to push you off. I'm really not. But I don't want to give any false expectations or false because our planner also just you know I told her that she didn't have to be on this because there was really not as many questions or concerns and there was no need to have the planner on just sitting there and waiting for you know the because she's racking up bills every time she's on. But
well,
I
then
just
what's
wanted
the
to
point
just
of
make
this
sure
meeting?
about that.
What's the point of the meeting then?
Sir, until you're called on, stay muted.
Yeah, I'm not asking really questions or specifics about the ordinance or how what else is being considered. I'm just trying to understand from my perspective what the process is and how I can stay involved and help influence the committee and the decision that I would like to see made. And I'm not 100% clear on what my next steps could be.
Okay, your next step, I understand that would be we have a meeting coming up on the next meeting is when, Christine? February 24th, I believe.
Yes, February 24th.
Okay. Okay. So basically, we have meetings twice a month. It's the second and fourth Thursday of the month. That's what I'm saying because we're not ready to move on this question tonight. And before anything is done, we will also, before it's reintroduced, we have to, notice and if you sign up for the emails, you will be getting the email blast about this. So.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I don't mean to put you off, but I don't want to, give out wrong information, misinformation. I just want to make sure that we're also following the process that we agreed to tonight as the committee.
Mayor, can I just say something real quick that might clarify why the answer you're given? There's been a lot of misinformation put out there. Some of it has got a lot of residents concerned. Part of it's the map that was put out. What the mayor's trying to say is we want to get professionals come in. We want to inform the community of what the committee is looking to do. And then if the community still doesn't want this, I think that's the time then to start maybe talking about a referendum. We want to clear the air of the bad information. Let's see what the residents come back with. And it may change the opinion of some people. Some people may say, you know what, I didn't realize that. This is something good. We can put it in this area. So I think that's what the mayor's trying to say is we don't want to jump to any conclusions. We want to clear the misinformation that was out there, and then let's see where it goes.
And also, one of the things we might change in the ordinance is a number, because we didn't have a number specific in the ordinance. We might just say, you know, we left it open-ended because we really didn't think of, you know, because based on information we got from other communities that have passed ordinances and that have these facilities, there was only 0 or 1 that came in, and the state is regulating these. So we might limit it to say one applicant or one approval. So again, like Sebastian said, we don't want to jump and see where we are, because there might be an area where it's acceptable depending upon the size, the tables or whatever, and what the presentations are and what is acceptable to the community. So we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing and not just not following through on what we agreed to with the motion that we had, at least to do some education for the community. And that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, yeah, I understand there's still more information to be gathered, and I just, like I said, I'm trying to understand what the process is and where I can stay involved. So it sounds like from what you're telling me, if I'm involved on the second and fourth Thursday, I'm assuming it's a Zoom meeting again?
Oh, I believe we're going to see, we have to take a motion, but I think the next meeting will be Zoom also, based on space and availability on where we are.
Okay, and then those meetings, I'll have the latest info then on how this.
Yeah, and the meetings are always posted on the township website, and the meetings are already, again, I know there's some people that say, oh, Zoom is horrible, but I think we're managing it today. And if we had the upper limit of 260, we really can't fit that many in the township building. The new township building is not ready. And, so we have to address the school issues and stuff like that. So we're just trying to be as transparent as we can and as open as we can and as inclusive as we can also.
Yeah, I want to make sure that with all of that transparency, I know where I can be most effective.
Okay, I appreciate your concern and also your help with this.
Okay. Thank you.
And to answer, it's Phil, I'm sorry to jump in as well, but to all the rest, if you're interested in being involved, be involved. I mean, as Phil said, we have meetings twice a month. There's land board meetings and many other committees. So there are opportunities.
Who is that?
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Oh, hold up there. Diane, you were saying something?
I was just trying to say that there are many opportunities for residents to be involved, not just by attending, certainly by attending the township committee meetings, as Mayor Corey said, on the second and fourth Thursdays. There's land use board meetings. There are many other committees, and there are a lot of openings on a lot of different boards. So please get get involved.
Maybe a couple openings on
Okay. Well, if Diane is done speaking, then yes, Mr. Faragalji. Faragalg. You just had your microphone muted. If you wish to speak, you can certainly speak now.
There.
All right, this is Mike Mullen. You hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yeah. Again. I'm getting the volume. Technical problems here. This is Mike Mullen, 304 Hamden Road. You're going to soon be my neighbor. I'm a farmer, Beats Bearings Farms, Bloom's Farms. There's been a lot of environmental discussion, and one that's not been brought up is the flooding. The flooding, for residents that are new to this area, they don't realize where the Kapulong originates. It originates from a spring in Pittstown. And because of mismanagement of our previous administrations concerning Garden State growers and the way it impact the aquifer, the levels of the Kapulong have changed in such a manner it's not a free-flowing stream anymore. It's just siltation has been allowed to happen. Now, with little amounts of rain, we see greater flooding events. In our last one, which wiped out our bridges downstream of the Kapulong into the South Branch, flooding us out, and the Wesleyan Church, which is now going to be the new site of Franklin Township municipal. Those environmental impacts you have not discussed or anybody has realized because of these changes to the aquifer, not only in the wells that have been killed by Garden State or proposed grow facilities, factories. That will be one heck of environmental impact. And quite frankly, it diminishes our property value. We gain nothing. And there's a subset to this culture of recreational marijuana being taxable. People that enjoy recreational marijuana are not going to come to a dispensary and buy it. The black market will increase. And that is a underlying factor. And based on studies, when Colorado was one of the first states to legalize marijuana, they saw a 60% crime rate increase. So those things you got to consider. The almighty dollar that you're chasing is not the answer. Facilities being brought in beget more services, beget more taxes to provide for those services. So I am definitely opposed to it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so Rosnowski is next.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you have Jennifer and Joshua Rosnowski at 426 Pittstown Road.
Okay.
We've been here now 16 years, and my husband and I both grew up as locals in surrounding towns of Kingwood, as well as Union Township. And we decided to stay here in this community for its rural characteristics. And I don't want to take up much time because everybody expressed very clearly about the environmental concerns, and that's a huge concern for us as well. But one thing that hasn't been brought up frequently, especially for those of us who live on these county roads that would be significantly impacted by a facility of this nature, is the fact that we will see even more increase in the truck traffic, especially those of us who have homes that are right on the road. We've seen a significant amount of car accidents between Sky Manor Airport and Quakertown Road. And it's an extreme concern, especially having children that are in my driveway and multiple new mailboxes that have been placed at my house. So the truck traffic is certainly a huge concern, as we have definitely seen that increase. And with Garden State growers, you see different cycles of increased truck traffic with them as well. But this facility will not be cyclical like Garden State growers. You will have increased truck traffic 24/7. So the other statement made by other people is that, why would you put a facility like this not near a school? So why are you going to put it near my house? Well, my house is my school. I homeschool my children. I do not want this near my home. We enjoy our outdoor living, and also concerned about the light pollution as well as all the other environmental concerns. So we certainly oppose this facility, as do multiple neighbors who surround us who we've spoken to. Not one of them out of the 5 I spoke to was in agreement to this. We all think it's a bad idea for our community. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So Sarah, you're next.
Hi, I'm Sarah Johnson, 38 Upper Kingtown Road. I have several concerns about this ordinance. One that's been talked about quite a bit is the smell. If there is a smell, then there's probably particulates that are causing that smell, and that those particulates are going to be breathed in by us, will get into our water. And that's a great concern to me. The smell itself, I agree, it will bring down our property values. It'll make going outside not enjoyable, which is one of the reasons, what I've heard over and over again tonight, is why we like living here, is we love the outdoors, we love the beauty of Franklin Township. And having a constant smell will definitely degrade our quality of life, bring down our home values, those kinds of things. I also was on the Municipal Alliance in Washington Borough. And as part of that alliance, we had heroin addicts come and speak. And I also dragged my children around to listen to the stories of different heroin addicts. And the best that I can recall, every single one said that marijuana was the gateway drug to their heroin use. And they described lives of crime and lying and stealing. And, you know, we saw pictures of how it degraded their health. So that's a concern of mine, that it is a gateway drug to hardcore drugs. I'm also a mother of children on the autism spectrum. And I have labs, which I did send to the committee members, showing that, where you can kind of see autism on paper, our children have great difficulty excreting toxins. And so they are highly toxic, but they are the canaries in the wells or in the mines, because the things that affect our children with autism are affecting all of us. They just don't detox as quickly as we do, but they do accumulate in our bodies too, which we have seen a great rise in autoimmune disorders, neurological disorders, cancers. All these things are on the rise. And also, I put in the appendix of the letter that I sent to the committee members how cannabis affects respiratory, how it affects the lungs. And we certainly don't need that with all this COVID stuff going around. We don't need something added. And we've all seen how our health can be quickly changed. So I'm very concerned about these operations that might use, and many of them do, pesticides, herbicides, and those are the kinds of things that can contribute greatly to autism, which is already through the roof. There's a MIT head researcher, her name is Stephanie Seneff. She's done a lot of work on these pesticides, particularly glyphosate, which is one of the main, it's in Roundup, it's one of the main pesticides that's widely used, but glyphosate is a main ingredient in many of the pesticides. And she's also a master statistician, and she has found high correlations on the growing belts in the Midwest where they grow lots of corn and other places. And there's higher incidence, much higher incidence of autism in these areas where they're using these chemicals. So what I'm saying is this will greatly affect our children. It will affect us if some operations come in, and who's to say how much they'll use. I also attached many sites that I found in 10 minutes. So there's many of them. I just spent 10 minutes and found many, many references to communities that are dealing with runoff in their water, how industries have come in, or agricultural, etc., have come in, used chemicals, it ends up in their water. In many cases, they've lied about it, covered it up, and then the residents don't find out about it until after the fact, and then they're stuck with a mess. And if we have to do any kind of cleanup, that is not going to save our community money. We will probably end up spending money to clean up any kind of messes that could cause long-term health problems, which also will cost us a lot of money. We have spent thousands and thousands trying to use biomedical approaches to help our son with autism. I would gladly pay, increase my taxes rather than have our water or air compromised. In addition, in New Jersey has the most Superfunds, which is contamination, in the United States. The greatest number of Superfunds. We have more than a large state like Hawaii or California or Texas. So I think we really need to think hard about, do we want to potentially, add to problems, even if it's even on a smaller scale. If possible, I'd like to share my screen because I sent a link to a 3-minute video that shows some of the impact of the runoff of farming on commercial farming on communities. Could I share my screen?
No, this is public comment. When you get to a community workshop, then it would be more appropriate to do that. Right now, we're just making public comment, and we actually should have said in the beginning, we were limited in the amount of time so everyone could speak. So
Okay.
at this point, but there might be another time when you can do that. And I'm sure if you want to email it to the Township Committee, they'd be.
Oh, I did. It's just it's like a 3.5 minute. So anyway, I stated most of my concerns. It's, getting particulates in the air that we would all breathe and in the water. I don't really feel like it would save money. I think we'll end up spending more money, and then the smell, we could never get away from that. It will just really decrease our quality of life here. Thank you.
Okay. So Brad Bankin, you're next.
Well, Brad Bankin, 60 Upper Kingtown. I wanted to thank everybody for the open forum and also for delaying. This was something that we were not aware of. That is our fault. We definitely are going to be joining some of the meetings going forward. And a background, my family moved here a year and a half ago. My wife grew up in this area. We decided, we were looking around, we could have gone a lot of different places. And I wasn't planning on speaking, but I've heard some comments and I wanted to address them, that you want to have a community to have new families moving here. And I'm not sure a tax break versus a manufacturing facility, for all of the different reasons spoken today, would offset each other in some kind of equation here. In how do you want to get families moving here? We have 3 kids under 6. My wife moved back home. We moved here for the family, the friends, the community, the fun. And I don't think you can put an economic value on that utility. And that utility is involved in the home price equation currently. And so I'd love some kind of economic study here about the home prices versus taxes, because I would argue that Hunterdon County, because of the safety, the wife, when she was convincing me to move here, would send me all of the different reasons that everyone stated tonight. I'm not going to rehash all of those, but I do think that it's important that some committee members are talking about the taxes potentially making it more attractive for people to move here. I think we wanted to get on the record and say we probably would not move here, and there probably would be a little bit of an exodus in the next couple of years if this passes and goes forward. So I would put that into your utility equation and economic equation. I don't know how many people could call into this, but 250 has to be a decent percent of the people in Franklin Township. And so we are hopefully good members of this community. And the reason we moved here are hearing all of the voices of the multi-generational people and the very uniqueness that Franklin Township has, especially relative, once again, I'm from Iowa and the Midwest, and you look at the uniqueness that this township has, and it's the environment and it's the community, the family and the friends. So if you want to use a utility of the negative externalities versus the positive externalities in economic terms, or a cost benefit pro con, I think it'd be great to do a workshop, and let's try to put this utility and the positive and the negative externalities on paper and in a presentation. And I can definitely I'll look at it and try to be swayed, but I could tell you that our family does not support this and would love to get more educated on the issue. And hopefully we can continue to talk about this. And I would hope that the committee would come with some of the answers talked on the call here. And then also, if there's worry about taxes, did we look into other avenues to increase economic activity to raise the taxes over the next 5, 10, 15 years? And what are those positive and negative externalities? What do those cash flows look like? Would love to attack that from a finance aspect and see what the committee is thinking. And if everyone's only getting a $100, $200 tax break, that means that the taxes that the township would be getting would be a lot more than that, because it wouldn't immediately go back to us. So what is the budget to spend that excess? And how does that potentially, that excess money over the next 5, 10 years, and what would that impact on the negative versus positive externalities? Because I think it's really hard, other than save a little bit on taxes, to come up with anything positive. And I would love for any kind of study or anybody to present something that would help tip the equation, because the equation is pretty obvious that it's a negative. So I just wanted to get on the record, say that. And the community and hearing people talk and the multi-generation, this is why my wife moved back home, and I'm a proud member, new member of Franklin Township, and look forward to meeting everybody. If you drive by on 60 Upper, we wave at everybody coming by. You'll see our 3 kids out there, and we're very proud to be part of this community, and especially everybody that's talking. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So Sandra Dagnall, you're next.
Hello. I'd like to thank everyone for basically staying so late and listening to everything. We moved out here in 1995. My parents followed us 6 months later. We came from Warren Township in Somerset County. When we got into Franklin Township, we found a lot of neighbors that were also from Warren Township. Franklin Township is what Warren Township used to be. That's why we moved out here. There's a lot of points that have gone on tonight, and I'm not going to repeat them. Just for myself, my husband, and my parents, who are in that elderly age that was referred to earlier with high taxes, I'd like to just say that they are against this as well. Pulling up the Franklin Township store map between County Route 615 and 579, and I know that the map that was put out with possible locations is not written in stone, and it's nothing that we should really look at, but the store map has a lot of wetlands and threatened and endangered habitats in the areas where potentially these factories could be built. And I think that's a quick look at that shows you that a lot of these properties are just not suitable for this facility. And that is what I wanted to say tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Sandra Dagnall, just for the record, can we get your address?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. It's 276 Oak Grove Road, and my parents are 5 Wolverton Road.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we're up to repeaters now. So Linda Peterson, you still have your hand up. Do you still have another comment?
Well, it's been a long night, and I must say I'm very impressed with the comments from the public tonight. Our neighbors are incredibly present. They're incredibly intelligent and very informed. So I hope that the township will heed their words. My last comment is the last person mentioned the map and how there's something called GIS that we can do layers and we can do a better job in mapping. And that was a map showing potential commercial sites for the cultivation of cannabis. Someday, in my wildest dreams, I would love for our township to come up with a map like that shows all the potential sites that we would like to save in open space or farmland preservation. I think that's where we should be putting our emphasis. That's what our town wants. So, God bless. Everybody be well.
I do have one new speaker, Katrina Manny.
Yeah, my name is Marvin Manning. I live at 65 Upper Kingtown Road. My question is for you guys. Have any of you guys been on the facility at Route 22 and smelled it? See what it's like before we even go ahead and do this? Have you guys gone and visited it in the hot summer and smelled it? This is absolutely ridiculous that we're even considering this in our town. This has nothing to do with factories. This is farmland. I really, really cannot believe that we're even considering this in our town. This is a disgrace. This is a farmland community and it should be like this. There's plenty of other places to build shit like this and we don't need it here. Please do not have this in our town, in our community. If the other towns next to us said no, then we should do the same for them. This is bull. Thank you very much.
Okay. And Jay Dwar, you had another comment?
Yeah, so this is John Drawl again. I mean, what else do we need to hear? Right? Listen to your public. There's no reason to draw this out. None. All you have to do is say no, and this is all over. There's no need for committees. There's no need for additional research. This is a very small town. Don't make something more complex than it needs to be. Don't make it so complex that all of a sudden we start to get all of this outside influence
come into our town to help influence a decision that we can make on our own. That's what you do. That's what governments do. That's what townships do. That's what companies do when they draw things out. They allow outside influence. They allow money to come into towns, to come into governments, and to ruin what people have. You have an opportunity to stop it right now. Your public is spoken. Why waste your time putting together more research, more committees, and setting yourself up for outside influence when you have an ability to stop it now? You heard loud and clear from your community. Listen, there's no need for more research. We all know the right answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dolores, I understand you'd like to speak?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name's Dolores Rich, Gary Dolores Rich on 56 Baker Road. My husband's lived here all his life. He's the third generation on this farm. We had 45 acres. His grandfather, when he farmed it, and then his father, and then Gary and his father farmed it together until his dad passed away. And then he tried to farm it himself, but we ended up having to sell 10 acres in the back for the development that's behind us. This is horse country. This is the people that farm this land, majority of the people are farming for hay. You can't bring this marijuana or whatever you want to call it into this township. You're like everybody says, it's gonna affect your water, okay, which means that it's gonna affect your land, it's gonna affect your ground, it's gonna end up affecting the crops that are being grown on these property, whether it's hay, whether it's crops, any kind of crops. You people need to take a second step back and look back and look at what you would be doing if you pass this to this township. These and you need one thing for sure, you need to have in-person meeting. There are a lot of seniors in this township have worked hard all their lives and have farmed this land all over this township. And unfortunately, because they don't have the opportunity to get on, they don't want to be bothered with the computer. I don't like it, and I've been having trouble getting on it. So thank God I was able to. But there's a lot of seniors in this township that want to speak up, and they can't because they don't want to be bothered with Zoom. They probably don't even have a computer. And you're taking their privilege away from them to have these Zoom meetings. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should actually be ashamed of yourself. And to be pushing this marijuana in this township where you have all this land that's being farmed and crops are being grown, hay's being grown. You have and with the hay that my husband grows, you have horses, cows. These animals are going to be affected by this hay that is going to be grown in this on their property, being sold to these horse people because you want to make marijuana the thing in this township. Come on, people. If you have lived on a farm as long as my husband has, and I have, and other people have had in this township, and know what it is to put your sweat and hard work into, whether it's hay, whether it's vegetables or whatever, these people, then you would know what it is to have to be really into not wanting this marijuana. What are you saving? Like everybody said, a couple $100? so be it. You know, a couple $100, it's not gonna do. I wish it was a couple $1,000, and so does everybody else, but it's not. A couple $100 and there's gotta be a couple of people on the township, but not, I don't know who, but must be really pushing this, because you gotta get real. Listen to the public, listen to the farmers, and you need to have an in-person meeting, because that's not fair to the seniors that aren't available or don't want to be bothered with I know a couple people just around where I live that are seniors. And I know for sure they probably aren't into the computers unless they have their kids help them. So, and to grow this stuff in this township, that's the worst mistake you could ever make. And this, you're gonna push people out of the town. Nobody's gonna want to raise their kids in a township that has marijuana. Just because the cities have it doesn't mean the rural areas have to have it. And that's all I have to say. And besides, I have dogs. I don't want my dogs to be drinking good well water, and then you're going to be growing marijuana. It's going to affect our wells. It's going to affect our small animals too. Not the horses, just cows, but it's going to affect the dogs. I don't want you grow this stuff and our small animals get sick because of it, then I'll send you all my vet bill then. And people should send their doctor bills too. There you go. Okay. If my husband was home, he would be speaking up, but unfortunately he's not, because he drives tractor trailer for 12 hours a night from 2 in the afternoon to 2 in the morning. So he's not going to be home. But I'm speaking for him too. He's worked hard on his life, just like everybody else. And you want to bring this stuff into this township, you should be ashamed of yourself. That's all I have to say.
Hey, Christine, this is Phil again. Normally we have a time limit at 10 o'clock. We're going to 11 o'clock. So I don't know if you want to let those that haven't spoken already speak. And then if we have time, I would just cut it off right now with any new, because we're getting way past, unless the committee decides otherwise. I'm just, trying to be considerate of everyone's time with this, because previously on any meeting we've always had time limits what we were able to go to. So I just want to make everyone, if the committee decides they want to continue, I'm fine with that. But I just want to make sure that that's okay.
Okay. We currently have 9 hands up. There are several people that doesn't look like have spoken yet. But whether or not we continue past them is up to the committee's decision. I believe Kevin Carroll is next. I don't believe he has spoken yet. So, Kevin?
My concern is a little bit more general. Everybody else has kind of covered the main points. I'm part of the Environmental Commission, so I might not have really have a place right now. I know it's the general public, so I'm on Lever Lane. I'm concerned about the carbon aspect of the facility. Is it me? No.
I've muted the dog.
Okay. So I'm just concerned about the carbon aspect of a facility of this nature. So I just wanted to make that statement, and I'll keep it moving. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Who else spoke? I don't know if Ingrid has spoke yet. Didn't, okay. Paul, I know. Arlene Ruitt, I don't recall that one.
Hi, this is Ingrid. I spoke briefly before. I just have one quick comment. All of the emails that were sent to the township representatives, are they going to be read into the minutes?
No, they are not. They were sent for the public hearing, which we didn't have, but the committee did receive all of them. So they are part of the record. They're just not going to be read into the minutes.
So what happens to all of these emails from the concerned citizens as far as them becoming public and expressing our opinions?
They are all part of the public record. They are subject to the Open Public Records Act if anyone wanted them. And all the members of the Township Committee have received them. When the clerk received them, she forwarded them to every member of the committee and
Will
myself.
all the people that sent the emails get a reply? And will this information will these
No.
emails be available publicly?
But they are available. If someone wanted to make a request for them, they are available. They are on file with the Township Clerk. You will not necessarily get a reply. It's just like public comment here tonight. You make your comment and the Township Committee collects those comments, but
And what do they do with the comments? What's the point of these emails if they're not going to get a reply and they're not going to be made public to everybody and have any kind of impact? What's the point?
I think I already answered your question. I said they are available to the public and the committee read them.
But they're not answered. And they are addressed to specific people. Therefore, I would expect an answer to each of the people that were addressed. I mean, if I send an email to somebody, any email, I expect an answer, period. So it wouldn't be common courtesy or even human decency to reply to a person's comment, especially if they are a resident of Franklin Township and this are questions regarding our living here.
Didn't you receive an email from the clerk
Yes.
acknowledging that she received it?
Yes, acknowledges she received it and that she would have it read.
We didn't have a
And it
public
didn't
hearing.
happen. So a clerk is not a committee member. So when I sent an email out to anybody, I expect an answer as briefly as it can be that answers my questions. That's my right as a resident of this community when I address committee members.
I'm sorry, you're right, but legally, the Township Committee just collects them. If a member of the committee wants to send you an email in response, they certainly can, but that's not what they're legally obligated to do. They're just legally obligated to take it in. It's a matter of public record, and they will keep it. And if we held a public hearing on the ordinance, they certainly would have read them into the record, but we're not holding a public hearing because we are adjourning the matter.
So the next step would be to have a public hearing so they can all be heard.
Well, if we have a public hearing on that ordinance, if we have a different ordinance or we don't have a public hearing at all, they wouldn't be read.
Okay, that answers my question. And I think that's quite a disappointing answer. Thank you.
Thank you. So Arlene, you're up next.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
on, she's on. Yeah.
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I just, my name is Arlene Janet Root. I'm out in Alexandria Township trying to support our neighboring town community of Franklin. And I've been here listening to you guys all night, and I have a couple of comments. My first comment would be that I have heard not one positive, not one person on this said, we are for the marijuana plant, the cannabis plant. Not one person sitting here on this Zoom tonight, which is unnecessary. You need, the community needs to be seen and needs to be heard. And Craig needs to stop making his faces at all the comments. Yes, Craig, there was a face right there. Yeah, bye. That's what I'd like to say.
Hi, Arlene. I apologize for my face. Yeah,
All
I'm sorry you don't
night
like it.
long, everybody's comment, you had a facial expression. Everyone. I don't know if you're for it or you're against it, but it appears from your facial expressions that you're for it and you don't like what your township people who put you in office like what they're saying. You don't like what they're saying, so you're making these faces. You are working for these people. These people are not sitting back and taking this. They're trying to make the point that they don't want this in the community. And with that, have a good night, boys. I'll see you at the next meeting, and I do hope it's in person. Good night.
Thanks, Janet.
That was awesome and true.
Okay. Looks like Pam is next.
Hi, this is actually Alexa Tarby. I'm at 115 Old Franklin School Road. And I just wanted to, exactly what the woman just before said, is you are our elected officials. I know you're thinking about the future of Franklin, but so are we. And I have, again, also not heard one positive thing. And you're here to represent us, correct? That's why you were elected. And so we have spoken. And so if you still have question, why not put it out for a vote to all of us in person where we can come vote? And we can do that. Is there a fear about doing that and setting it up for a vote? Are you afraid to hear what might come of it? Because we're clear here, we do not want this here. Thank you.
Okay. So Michelle is next.
Hello, I'm Michelle. I live at 39 Sky Manor Road. I actually were new to this area about a year and a half. And honestly, I didn't even know this was even happening. I just happened to go on Facebook and see it. So I was wondering how to sign up for the emails, because we are a young couple here and plan to raise our family, but we actually saw the map of where these factories could be going. And honestly, one would be right in our backyard, which is something we're both highly against. So I think we stand with everybody in saying that this is a horrible idea for this town, and we also do not support it. That's all.
Okay. So there is plain Zoom user.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm playing Zoom user. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Can you state a name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm Josh Weckler. I live on Pittstown Road, also known as Other Me from the Land Use Board meeting last night. I just want to go on record as say, thank you for everyone who has come to speak about all of these things. The fact that our community is concerned is important, and the fact that the board is even willing to listen to this, even though these things might already be passed, is monumental. That's a great thing, and I think that speaks to the community as a whole. Right? Everyone has an opinion. Your opinion is voiced and heard. I can't say that I'm completely for or against anything that has been argumented throughout the entire evening, and I've heard nothing but arguments all night long. Some of which I agree with, that on a personal level, and as a property owner here in this township. Yeah, I love this township. My kid goes to school here, and I want nothing but the best for everyone and my neighbors surrounding us. But showing up in the 11th hour is what does that do? What does that do? I encourage everybody to take a look around and look at what's going on around the townships around this, all of us, to see what we're doing relative to the other townships in the area that are also forced with deciding on what this ordinance has become, and look at what we're doing to combat that. I think that I feel like the board has done the best they can with what they've been able to ascertain and what they've been advised. And although I don't necessarily agree with, the direction that we're going, I don't think it's the board's fault. I don't think it's the township's fault. I guess the crux of my argument is you can't show up in the 11th hour and play armchair quarterback. If you want to be part of it, be part of it from the start. And again, I'm on the fence. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not against it. And on public record, I encourage everyone here to be a part of the discussion and to do their due diligence, do your homework, figure it out. Say what you got to say. If you're not happy with the way that, the fact that this is a Zoom meeting as opposed to we're not in place, well, that has nothing to do with the fact that we're here tonight and have sat on this call listening to the discussion for 2.5 hours, but arguably longer. Anyway, for what it's worth, I appreciate everybody and the opportunity to speak and the opportunity that everyone has had to discuss. All these arguments have been great. I've been listening to every one of it, every bit of it. I'm thankful for those things.
Good.
Thank you. Frank Toda, you're next. Got to unmute.
Yep, I just did that. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Frank Todas, 16 Upper Kingstown Road. Just a couple of quick comments. Unlike most of you, I am a very new resident of Franklin Township. I've been here for about 6 months, and it's actually very great to hear all the people who said why they live here and confirm the fact that I made the right decision to move here. I'll make a couple of quick points. One, I submitted a letter with a couple of points to all the committee members, as well as the land use board, with a few points that I felt were important, many of which were brought up by other residents who spoke this evening. But the bottom line from listening to this, and I think enough people have said it, this is basically a no-brainer for anyone who is an elected official. You have not received, pretty much other than Zoom user, any sort of tepid feedback. The feedback is overwhelmingly negative. And I would venture to say that any sort of information that people get beyond what they've heard tonight in terms of educating themselves is only going to make them less inclined to support this, because I think the more you learn about this, the less you will be supportive of it. And I'm open to learning more and being part of and participating in these education sessions, but the time spent is likely only going to make me less inclined to support this. There will be nothing that comes out that's positive from having a marijuana growing facility, located in this township. I drove recently up to Garden State Growers, just driving around. I cannot believe that this township approved a facility like that. If that's what you're thinking is progress, that is not progress. That's not what you want. I moved here from Middletown, New Jersey. You want to see what sprawl looks like? Move to Middletown, New Jersey. You don't want it to look like Middletown, New Jersey. I do not support this. My wife doesn't support this, and none of my neighbors seem to support this. You should not support this either. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so Gregory Mayer, you're up next.
Okay, hi. So I think I spoke a little earlier today, but I just had 2 points after hearing everybody. As everybody's been noting, it's been overwhelmingly negative for this proposal. So that should be taken into consideration. But the other fact is, and I didn't really, I had to speak up again because I was kind of shocked by what I heard by someone who I believe said that they were the land use board member. And I was kind of surprised by it because even though it seemed to be sort of conciliatory, it's saying, well, we're appreciating everyone come here. It's kind of dismissive of all our concerns. While it is true that you guys sat here till 11:09 p.m., as did we all, you're paid to do this. We're not. Like, it affects all of us, right? Like, everyone in the townships. So we don't have to just to be here. We're here by choice. Over 200 people showed up because we were concerned about this. So I found that kind of flippant, the way he was talking about us, like our voices weren't as important as what this done deal, as he described it, because it sounded like we were just showing up at the 11th hour because basically a done deal was about. So I actually kind of got annoyed at that. I mean, hearing all the comments, frankly, it's overwhelmingly negative, and it seems a lot of downsides, not a whole lot of upside. But my perspective on it is that no matter what the problem with it is, you don't treat people who are sitting here 11 to 11 at night to talk about it like that.
Gregory, this is Phil Corey. I had to make this comment. The person that just spoke before you, I think, Zoom caller, Zoom user, he said he was not a land use board member. He attended the land use board yesterday.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
I
just wanted to clarify that. He's not a member of the land use board. He just showed up at the meeting yesterday. So I just wanted to clarify that. Because I was at the land use board meeting, and I'm trying, I'm being respectful to everyone that speaks, that everyone, I'm taking notes, like I said. We're processing everything. We're processing all the emails we got. When appropriate, I will try to reply to a lot of the emails, but I'm not just going to send a flippant email out to everybody, or the individuals that sent it out. I want to make sure that I'm sending something out that's going to be, commiserate to the concerns that were there. And I'm not going to send out a blanket email to everybody.
No, I understand.
So I just wanted to make that clear. I'm sorry for cutting in, but
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that. But then I'm not trying to go counterpoint with everything. On that end. But I just want to make a clarification on that. I'm sorry about that.
Sure, no problem. It's 11:09 at night, and people are tired, so I made a mistake there. It's just in either event, like, that shouldn't be the reaction, right? Like, I think everyone agrees that this is an important issue that has to be adequately weighed by everybody. You have to look at the advantages, disadvantages, and come to a decision. My point of view on it is that whatever that decision is, you have to consider the fact that the response here has been overwhelmingly negative about it. And we wouldn't be sitting here till 11:11 at night, more or less, if we didn't have strong opinions against it. That's not something that people would do. So that's what the township has to think about when coming to a decision. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. So Tony Kuzinski?
Yes. Hi. The only thing I do want to say, and it's more a reaction to Mr. Zoom user as well. So thank you, Greg, for also bringing that up. But yeah, I found that a little bit nervy, I'll say, that he said we're getting in at the 11th hour. So I'm not going to reiterate what everybody else said. I 100% oppose this. However, saying that we got in at the 11th hour when we never received notification, and to think that your residents were going to go to a website that, quite frankly, I didn't even know it really existed. I knew I could pay my taxes, but anytime I have gone to the website, it was never a real website. I did go and check it out yesterday. And yes, it seems more like a real website, but I would have never known that I can fill out, my name and address and my email address, and you're going to send me email notifications. Something of this importance, every single resident should have received a letter in their mailbox. And it didn't happen. So for Mr. Zoom user to state that to the residents was a little bit nervy and, quite frankly, appalling. So that's all.
Tony, this is Phil Corey. I don't want to play counterpoint with residents complaining about other residents on this. I'm sorry about that. We're trying to address the members of the committee and make comments. I'm not going to have, I'm sorry for saying, I'm not going to have one resident starting bashing another resident on this. you know.
No, but
because
he bashed us
okay.
all.
Okay,
So
well,
I understand that, and I
okay.
thank you, and I thank the committee. But I also hope that the committee is taking every single conversation that we are having into account and not just going to go forward with your what your vote was before this meeting. I hope that this meeting is looked at seriously, and I hope that you're going to have an in-person before this vote goes forward. And quite frankly, I would like to see a referendum in November. Let us vote in person. Let us vote on this. Don't leave it up to 5 committee members. Thank you.
For the record, Zoom user, this is me. My name is Josh Weigler. I did not mean to insult anyone here. That is certainly not the case. Yeah.
But you did.
Well, thank you, but you did. And so I thank you for apologizing.
And
but
if that's how it was taken, I'm certainly yeah, I apologize. That
Thank
is
you.
not, yeah.
Okay.
That was not my intent.
Thank you.
At last night's land use board meeting, he asked some questions, and we had it back and forth because there was a lot less people on the land use board, and it really didn't that. But so he wasn't negative, he wasn't for it, but he was really basically it was an education. And I also expressed, and he the concern that he gave him the email list and stuff like that to be on that. So, but anyone is welcome to send their emails. Anyone is welcome always to communicate with the committee via email. That's the best way to communicate with us. So I just wanted to make that available. So again, I'm not going to speak anymore tonight. I just want to clarify that. But I am appreciative of everyone's comments, everyone's time. And for those of you that think we're getting paid for this, yes, we get a small stipend, but I think I could fill my car up with gas with the amount of money we're getting for the time we're spending. But I'm not minimizing that because we chose to do this. But we also, trying to be respectful to everybody and everyone's comments without cutting people off. So thank you.
Just for the record, Gregory Mayer, what was your address? And Tony Kaczynski, what was your address?
Sorry, I'm at 88 Cherryville Stanton Road.
Oh, sure. And my address is 68 Wyckoff Drive, Pittstown. I think I said 67 earlier in the call. That was a mistake. It was 68. I just moved in recently.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your assistance. Okay. Looks like RPRAKOP. You're up next.
Sure. This is Rich Prokopchik, 171 Oak Grove Road, Pittstown, and that's a home that my wife and I inherited from her parents, and we are lifelong residents of Hunterdon County. She's been in Hunterdon County at that address for 58 years. So I appreciate all your time and effort, all the passion, there's a lot of emotion associated with this, obviously. So I think that, speaking in a manner that's appropriate, I think is the right way, because we can get to the bottom of this once we examine all the evidence. But I just want to say that there's been a lot of good information brought out, and I just want to see it continued. And for the record, I'm against this. Thank you very much.
Okay. And so Sharon Sawzak?
Yes, very good. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat all of the things that we have heard. I agree with them all. I do want to represent and go on record. I'm 7 Nixon Farm Road. Every one of our neighbors that we have had a conversation with about it, and all of our friends that live in Franklin Township, are opposed. So I just wanted to represent and go on record saying that we do not agree. And I think it's overwhelmingly clear with the community that this is something that we don't want.
And
thank you, Sharon. Now, Christine, it's 11:20. I think I'm going to call it that all these 5 hands that are up right now, unless you have somebody else in the queue, is it right now, because we're cutting it off, because we can go on for another 12 hours with people just doing a hand. So I'm just going to do a hard cut after this, if that's okay.
Okay, so Sal Carmelino was next. Are we going to hear him and then end, or?
No, we can finish the hands that are up right now, but
Okay.
but no more after this.
No, okay, so
Okay,
Sal,
because
you're,
we're putting a hard stop. It's like when you go to a supermarket where they close the door and no one else is allowed in, but as people leave, you can't always go in.
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Hello, how are you? This is, good evening. This is Salvador Camarino from 1115 Croton Road. Like all the comments that I heard all night, I really agree with some of them, yes. I do not want a factory next to my home, pretty much. Definitely, I don't like marijuana. We don't like marijuana. We don't agree with marijuana. But this is a topic that we may gotta talk more about it, because we gotta take a look at our neighbor towns, what they're doing, because what we want to deal with is that what they are doing if they approving factories close to our borders, or are we dealing with the factories that are located close to our neighbors that are located in the border of the factories, or they dealing with that smell. It may be also a topic that we cannot avoid in the future. So pretty much we gotta think about it. If you guys, if we cannot stop that, if we cannot stop for you guys to approve this motion, if you guys wanna allow one company to do it, where it's gonna be located, how many companies you guys we allowed to have the license, and where it's gonna be located. Because we really like the town, we really like the farm, we really like this environment, the safety of this town. And pretty much, I think we will talk about this topic again in the future. But please take a look again this topic. Just try to see all the advantage and disadvantage that we have. Pretty much that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Sal, can you please just state your address for the record?
1115 Croton Road.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Daniel Carlton looks like a new name.
I actually spoke earlier, but something that Mayor Corey said prompted me to put my hand up again, which was, Mr. Corey, you referenced your compensation for your position. And I think that just to me highlights the reason why it's so important to us as town residents that the town committee hear our voices. We understand you're not here for the money. We understand this is a community service for you. And so it's in that spirit that we ask you to say, what does the town want? And it's pretty clear that the town does not want this. So thank you for giving us the opportunity again to say that, to make our voices heard. We understand that neither you nor any other town council members are there for the money. And that it is an act of service that you're performing. And so we ask that you see that through to the end and do what the town wants. Thank you.
And Elizabeth Ramirez, you're next.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth Ramirez, 37 Wolverton Road in Pittstown, New Jersey. New transplant from the concrete jungle from Manhattan. Astonished by the fact that our township committee members, mayor, are like actually even having to question this. Really? We are all about being holistic. We're all about being wonderful. We're all about being like, at the end of the day, honestly, we're not signed up for this. I left Madness to come out to a very rural community that would be amazing. Like, and rolled in on Pittstown Road and went, wow. And all of a sudden, I'm being told that there's going to be all this other industrial stuff, or absurd. Forget about even, I'm not getting even, I'm just giving you like on the top of it, okay? The bottom of this is environmental health. I don't think anybody on your team has really thought about this. Y'all are shooting from the hip and not having concrete information as to the impact that a factory of such would have in our community. All these other communities around us are all opposing it. We are now starting to oppose it. Now, we weren't even aware of this. I was aware of this a week and a half ago. A week and a half. Why don't I know about this? And now here I am on some Zoom trying to like make something happen. Y'all really need to start to listen to us. We elected you. You need to listen to the people of your community and what we want for our community and what is right for our community. This whole township is preserved. There's such the livelihood here. Forget about like us that come in, but the farmers and what happens with all of that. The dynamic of something like this coming in would destroy all of that. And we're trying to save this. I am one person. I'm one person in this to you, the council team and the mayor who represents us. I'm one person. I'm not concerned about the team of everybody else behind who wants to do. Okay? I am one person outside looking in saying something's not right about this. Y'all need to rethink this and put yourselves in check quick. Thank you.
Okay. So Scott Saunter, you have another statement?
Hi, okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Lori Vale, 10 Tearaway. I'll be brief. Obviously, a lot's been said. One thing that keeps coming up is get involved, come to meetings, do things, join committees, all of that. And I think in this case, just like with restaurant reviews, usually only the bad ones show up. So of course, everyone's here that's on board, that's complaining. If the belief is that there are people in this community that want this to save taxes, then referendum is the answer. Then that will tell you the hidden people that might really want this. Because as we can hear tonight, we're not hearing this at all. We're not hearing anyone say they want this. That being said, they keep talking about saving taxes. This group is saying we're not worried about that tiny amount of saving taxes. And perhaps it's even more, we don't know, we haven't been given the data. But put it out to referendum and let's see how the town really does answer this. Is this something they really want? The only thing I do want to mention is we have heard multiple generations. We've heard new people, we've had old people, people who've lived here longer. I've been here 20 years, raised both my kids here, planned on staying and not dumping during the big house thing. And then you hear this and you get a little scared and you wonder, what are people really thinking? The groundwater, are we well water? And it's just such an important thing that people brought up when we talked about the animals. Yes, we have horses, the cattle, the dogs. I myself am a survivor of an extremely rare head and neck cancer. The thought of chemicals being in my well is absolutely terrifying. So I appreciate the committee has listened to this. It's been a very long night. I was on the school board myself. I know what these nights can be like. Thank you. But I do think that it shouldn't be a decision for such a small number of people. Put it to referendum. And if this town votes it's what they want, well then, okay, we have to accept it. But if not, which it sounds like not, please do listen. And it doesn't matter. I don't care if they made teddy bears. It's a factory, period. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. And the next person was Dana Bala again.
Hi, it's Dana this time. I just wanted to make a couple of points, and I agree with what Frank Toda said, but there were a couple of things that didn't come up as information, and I guess at the future meetings, I'd like that to be shared. One is the actual date of the workshop. Who are the professionals that you're bringing in? And I am a little concerned that it was already determined that you're having a workshop without actually listening to the residents before you made that determination. Because obviously tonight you heard overwhelmingly that we have a very negative feeling about this. Nobody wants this. I agree with Frank. I don't know that even after sharing this information, whatever information from whatever professionals you're bringing in, I don't really feel that anybody here tonight is going to change their opinion. If anything, it's going to make us more negative. I do think Frank is correct about that. So, but I would like that information. Like I said, the date of the workshop, who are these professionals? I'm not sure who it was that brought in the information about GIS, but I did wonder why that wasn't brought up earlier. We have a very wonderful GIS group in Hunterdon County. Actually, it was one of the first and best in New Jersey. I'm not quite sure why we weren't utilizing the GIS group here, both in New Jersey and Hunterdon County, because they're excellent. So those are my points.
Did you put the GIS together?
I'm not even gonna talk about that. So again, you know, and we're very much against this. So those are my points. Thank you.
Wait, one thing. Is you gonna be next?
I don't know.
I was gonna say something.
Okay, go ahead.
My suggestion, if Zoom user is going to be the last, I just would hope that he would think before he speaks. That's just, you don't have to say anything, Mayor, because this is not a piss fight with a skunk. This is just a professional suggestion to him. Hopefully he thinks before he speaks.
All right, good night. Thank you.
I don't think he made the cut.
No, I think you're right.
Well, that's on him.
I think Dolores was the last one. All right, good night.
That's right.
This is Dolores Rich again on Baker Road. You people, I remember years ago when there were things that was going to be voted on. It would be you would send, the committee would send letters out to the township residents, making them aware of what's going on. I mean, if there's a development going on or somebody's building a new addition or something like that or whatever, we always got letters. We get nothing now. We don't know anything what's going on with the township. I just heard about this a couple of days ago. And so said some of my friends. You people don't let us know about anything. And and something like this, it should have been brought up a long time ago, that you make people aware of what you were doing. Greg, you sit there and you twist your head back and forth. You just make these grins. It's not like, I don't know, but it's just the fact that you people don't, there's only probably one or two people in that committee that really care about the residents, but the rest of you, you're going to do what you want to do. You're not, and if you don't listen to the public, and if your meeting, next township meeting isn't in person, then there's a lot to be said for you people, because it's about time you open this meeting where people could come and talk. Are you afraid of getting zonked with all these, with residents and being told. I've been in township meetings when the residents speak up, and it's not a pretty, I mean, everybody's speaking at the same time. That's what you need to hear. You need to hear the people, especially the older people who can't do Zoom. You need to hear the residents in person, not behind a computer. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Christine, we're cutting it off now because that was Dolores was the last one. Thank you, Dolores.
Yep.
Just a couple of comments. We're not hiding. We're not trying to be deceitful. We're trying to be inclusive. It showed tonight. Everyone said that we had more people here on the Zoom call than we've ever had at any meeting, even at the school back in 2019. So this shows that this type of venue does work without major glitches, I should say. Also, the fact is that this meeting is also not only audio taped but videotaped. Am I correct on that, Chris?
Yes, it is.
So if you have you want to get a drink and you want to watch this again tomorrow night for the repeats, you're more than welcome to do that instead of watching the Olympics. I know that I'm debating if I want to live through this again right now. But I do appreciate, and I know every member of the committee appreciates this. Dan, I wanted to say that I was not trying to minimize, our compensation or anything like that. I was just saying that we are true volunteers on this, and we do care so much about the community. We're all trying to do the best. And Christine, I don't know where I am on the agenda because that was about 23 hours ago, I think, by my clock.
Mayor, you're at the motion to adjourn.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we have to make it. Okay, so I'll take the motion to adjourn. If council, you said that's where we are.
Is the next meeting in person since people are asking for it in person? This is not representative, and I am not an older person and I know how to use technology, but this is not representative of our whole community. And you need to take that into account.
Christine, I'm sorry, I didn't get what she was saying. Did you get that?
She wants to know if the next meeting is going to be an online meeting or in person.
Well, if we have it in person, it's going to be in the municipal building that can only seat how many? What's the capabilities right now?
Okay, I think the
Find a way. Come on.
You can do it at school.
Hello?
Okay, just one person at a time, please.
We cannot say we're holding it at the school until we have approval to do that. So I can't say we're going to hold it at the school without prior approval from the school to see if they're even able to commit us on the specific day. So we do, as the committee, we can't just require that the school provide us. We have to apply. They gave us an application, didn't they?
Hello?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm not going to entertain anyone else right now over talking me, please. Chris?
Everybody is muted at the moment.
Okay. So we have to get an application and apply for the school, correct?
Yes.
Make it happen.
Get on it tomorrow.
We can't say that we're having it. We can't say we're having it at the school if we're not committed, correct?
I need to know a location and a date and time for whatever special meeting notice. The annual meeting notice says that the meeting will take place in the municipal building. If you're going to have it in Zoom, you got to tell me you have it on Zoom. If you're having it somewhere else, you got to tell me now. I got to know so I can put in the sunshine notice for it, and I can approve. I get approval from wherever we're going.
What stops you from having it both ways? I mean, if our schools can do Zoom and in person when kids are, quarantining for COVID, why can't you do Zoom and in person? And this way you can satisfy both.
We don't have the capabilities to do it Zoom and in person, ma'am. I'm sorry. The school doesn't have capabilities and neither does the municipal building.
The school absolutely has capabilities. They do it with the COVID kids that are home. That's not an excuse.
How about the firehouse?
We have to do this at the school. The Board of Education has had their meetings at the school, okay? There's no reason why we can't have this.
You have been asked, Christine, please mute her. You have been asked several times and everyone has been asked. The mayor is speaking. We're not unmuting ourselves and speaking over it. The committee can have a discussion about what they want to do. I think they've told you what the issue is with having it at the school, but if the committee wants to have a discussion about where they want to have it, they should have that discussion now without the input of the public.
We did talk about this at the last meeting, and the problem of trying to have it in person and Zoom, we don't have the capability to have the in-person and the Zoom set up the where it's inclusive. It's not set up. We don't have the video system to do that. I suggested, hopefully in our new municipal building, we'll have that. I do agree in person is better. But I think if we do in person now, although there's enough people on here, I think that they can't say we were trying to hide something. If we do in person now, nobody could say we moved it to exclude people. That was our concern the last time because we've been doing Zoom for almost 2 years. That being said, I'm okay. I'm comfortable having an in-person meeting. But
Sebastian, I'm fine with in-person meetings also, but the problem is we cannot say we're having it at the school if there's not availability. Then we have to renotice because she has to get it, Christine has to get in the sunshine notice on that to make it legal. The other thing with the, excuse me, please. The other thing with the Zoom.
Hello, team. It's called coordination.
The other thing with the Zoom and in-person meeting, we are subject to the Open Public Meetings Act. So everything has to be proper, being able to hear via Zoom, and also the Zoom people on Zoom have to hear the in-person people and vice versa. And without doing that, we are not following the letter of the law. The school does not have that. The school, when they do teaching back and forth, they don't have to follow that rule. Whereas we as a committee have to follow that. So there's certain rules and regulations. Excuse me, if everyone's gonna talk, we can cut this meeting off right now because we had a motion. And excuse me, Elizabeth, we had a motion to adjourn this meeting and it was seconded. So truthfully, this meeting is adjourned. We are accommodating it because that's what the law states. You might not like it, but again,
It's not about.
You can
Mayor,
talk all you want, but
one more time, I'm going to ask the clerk to remove her from the meeting completely. So Mayor, one thing I would suggest that might be helpful to everyone is that from what I'm hearing from the committee, it doesn't sound like this matter is going to be on the agenda for any kind of action at the next meeting. So to the extent that it's not, all members of the public would be able to Zoom in to hear and confirm that this is not on the agenda just yet, that you're not ready to move forward, so they can be assured that, they're not missing something, so they can Zoom in. And in the meantime, you can work, if you want to have it in person, you want to try to do a hybrid, but as Sebastian pointed out correctly, you do not have the technology to do that just yet. But you could work to do something at a later date when you would actually be taking more public comment on this issue and when you'd be addressing this ordinance. But I don't think in 2 weeks you're going to be ready to do that anyway. So that might alleviate a lot of people's concerns that they're going to miss something, or, you're going to put the ordinance back on the agenda. Of course, if you put anything on the agenda, it will be posted in advance of the meeting. It will be done. So this way anyone could Zoom in and see for themselves, but they can also check the agenda ahead of time. But That might alleviate some people's concerns that they're not, this next meeting isn't it, 2 weeks, this isn't going to be resolved.
Yeah, and truthfully, the residents, I'm not willing to break the law or do anything to do that because, you know, so I just wanted to make sure of that. So I have no problem. I can make you guarantee that this cannabis ordinance is not going to be on the agenda. We might have a discussion about how to set up and I don't even know if we're going to do that about the professionals and something like that, but I don't even know if we're going to be able to do that because we have to pick a venue and the professionals. So it might take one, or maybe not this meeting, maybe the following meeting, we can discuss that, but I'm not really sure, you know, again, because we just made the recommendation, the motion, and the approval today for the committee and this type of forum. So Katrina, I'll take your, or Christine, I lost you, I don't know where you are. I'll take your advice as to what the next move is. I'll do, if we do Zoom in the municipal building, not Zoom, sorry, in person in the municipal building, I'm fine with that. But then again, we have to be prepared to cancel the meeting if members of the public show up and we don't have enough space. That's all I'm saying on that. And then that meeting is canceled.
Let's avoid that by no.
Excuse me, ma'am, we're not taking public comment. Thank you very much.
Tony, you make a good point. We're not going to move on anything on this by next meeting, but that gives us time then to see what school's available for a month from now. Then when we're ready to talk about this, that we can have
that's all I'm asking, Sebastian. That's all I'm asking.
That's a perfect solution.
Yeah, so that's all I'm asking. So, you know, we can make a request for the school. Next meeting, we can do Zoom, and the following meeting, we can actually try to have something, find a venue, plan something out in advance so that we're basically notifying the public, because everyone said they want to make sure they're getting notice, notify the public, say where the meeting is, and we don't have to change anything at the last minute. That's all I'm trying to resolve. So is the committee okay with that? Can we take a poll?
I'm good with that.
Works for me.
I'm good with that.
It's not going to be on the agenda in 2 weeks. So.
Yeah, it's not going to be on the agenda in 2 weeks. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of that, and that you know, we will discuss that via Zoom. So next meeting, Christine, is going to be on Zoom, and you'll post everything as you normally post. And then the following meeting, we'll try and do, you know the date of that meeting. I don't have the calendar here. You can make a request of the school to see if it's available, and that we will have the next meeting at the school.
Okay, so you want Zoom for February 24th, and you would like to use the school for March 10th.
Yes, but you're not going to notice we're using the school location until we get approval from the school to use that location.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Notice for next meeting, the one after that we have to set up, but that's where you want it to go.
Yes. You know, again, I don't want to, and the reason why I'm doing this, I don't want to confuse people to say we're doing it at the school and at the last minute there's not availability and we have to do it to Zoom. I want to be transparent to make sure that everyone knows that we're not changing locations.
So what's your timing of letting the community know of when this meeting?
Okay, we had a motion to adjourn. Did you get who said it and who did what? I think Sebastian made that motion.
What is your time? What is your timing of? What is your letting the community know?
Sebastian, did you make that motion to adjourn?
Christine, I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I was going to say,
Thank you very much.
Second it.
Okay, appreciate your time, appreciate your effort. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.